Testing, testing. Yeah. I'm just gonna let it fill. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be starting shortly. We're in Frederick Douglass Circle in Lower Harlem. We're about 6 blocks away from Columbia University. You can actually see the cathedral at Columbia University from where we're standing. It's quite an imposing building. But we're just gathered here, and we're about to march to the gate outside of Columbia University, which has been a huge point of contention for the last few nights. Many there've been protests basically all day. People have been outside this gate protesting, and all of the pro-Palestine groups in New York City really have sort of coalesced around the gate outside, and there's been a real desire to express support for the students inside, who have obviously formed a second encampment. If you watched our stream last night, or if you've been following at Breakthrough News, that first encampment, the Gaza encampment at Columbia University, was crushed, was suppressed by the NYPD. Columbia University President Manoush Shafiq broke with 50 years of precedent after the 1968 anti-Vietnam War demos. The student organizers basically extracted a concession. They occupied 5 buildings in Columbia University, and because of that, the university has since refused to allow NYPD on campus they were sort of, resisting the urge, I guess, to do that until yesterday when Manu Shafiq broke with this 50-year-long precedent to keep the NYPD off campus, and she actually granted them permission to come on in an email, and a lot of students were really upset by that. Really upset that their own president had authorized the arrest of their classmates, and that is what basically led to the second encampment when the first encampment, when those protesters were arrested. The courtyard, which we're going to take you to soon, we're going to take you to in a few hours. Once this march gets started, we're going to take you inside Columbia University, but you'll see they basically surrounded the lawn which the first encampment was on, these students, and they were chanting, let them go, free Palestine. And the NYPD arrested over 100 students. Many of them have been threatened with suspension. Some of them have already been suspended. But yes, so that is what led to the formation of the second encampment. Those students that were basically chanting "Let them go, free Palestine," they hopped the fence onto the other side, and they took over the second lawn. And I don't think the university thought that would happen. I don't think they thought that that they would be dealing with another encampment, but the repression that the students have faced has only caused more anger. So again, for people who are just joining us, we're in Frederick Douglass Circle right now on 110th Street. We're about 6 blocks from Columbia University, and we're about to cover this rally that's happening. There's a rally that's been called to march to Columbia University and basically be outside the gate to support the students inside who have created their encampment. And once we get to the gate, we're going to stay there for a bit. And I'm sorry, the camera's tilting. We're gonna stay there for a bit, and then we're gonna go inside Columbia University, where we were last night, where we were 2 nights ago, for day 3 of the Columbia encampment. So we're just waiting to get started. I think the start time is in 5 minutes. Audio's low. Sorry, I'm hearing the audio's low. I'm just trying to. Testing. Bear with me right now. if people in the comments want to just tell us if the audio is too low, you can hear. You guys can hear all right? Audio is okay. All right. Well, sorry. I'm gonna try to speak. I'm gonna try to speak up. I'm gonna speak close to the mic, but just drop a comment if the audio is too low, and we'll try to get it resolved. But for those just tuning in, I think we're gonna get started soon. 12:15 is the start time. 12:15 Eastern. So we should be started momentarily. For those of you just joining, we're planning on marching to Columbia University right now. We'll be live streaming this march to Columbia outside the gate where there have been protests for the last 3 days in support of the encampment at Columbia University, which we've been sort of covering for the last 3 days. And, the outside of the gate has been very contentious. There were many arrests that took place. I think yesterday there were arrests, and then I think the first day there were also arrests. But the police have really... All right, this is an ambulance. This is not the police, but there are police. There's a huge police presence in this area. And, they clearly are trying to do their best to cover, for Manu Shafiq, who's just been under tremendous pressure to crush the Gaza encampment by her donors, by Congress now. I'm sure folks have seen the congressional testimonies on the so-called anti-Semitism at Columbia. Okay. Now there's some police here. But, the NYPD's relationship with Columbia, has historically been a very tense one, but it seems to have entered a new phase with Manu Shafiq authorizing the entry of NYPD officers on campus for the first time in over 50 years yesterday. And there's some police here, but this student movement happening at Columbia right now definitely seems like it has gotten under the skin of not just the Columbia University donors, but of the entire American bourgeoisie. And I think I saw some videos from Yale, and maybe some of you in the comments. I don't know if you've seen other universities that have been launching similar encampment-style protests, but if you've seen any, throw them in the comments. I want to know. But I saw Yale, and these Ivy League schools. I mean, it's very, very significant that this is happening at some of the biggest institutions in America. Not because they're Ivies or whatever, but because they have huge endowments, and they are some of the biggest investors in Israel and in some of these weapons companies. They also, have a lot of cultural significance. They are the Ivy League. People look to them as the most elite educational institutions in the world. It's very, I think a lot of people are very inspired by the fact that the students at Columbia who are, normally expected to it's a training ground essentially for the bureaucrats and for the elite members of the bourgeoisie. All right, here we go. Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river.
From the sea to the river.
Palestine will live forever.
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 Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
In our millions, in our billions,
In our millions, in our billions.
we are all Palestinians.
We are all Palestinians.
And in our millions, in our billions,
In our millions, in our billions.
we are all Palestinians.
We are all Palestinians.
New York City, you will see.
New York City, you will see.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
New York City, you will learn.
New York City, you will learn.
By the millions will return.
By the millions will return.
Resistance is justified
Resistance is justified.
when people are occupied.
When people are occupied.
Resistance is justified
Resistance is justified.
when people are colonized.
When people are colonized.
Up, up with liberation.
Up,
Do the hand
with
gestures.
liberation.
Down, down with occupation.
Down, down with occupation.
All right, y'all. I know it's early, but you gotta give me more. All right, hand gestures. Ready? Up, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with occupation.
Down with occupation.
Some of y'all still stiff. Ready? Up, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with occupation.
Down with occupation.
One more time. Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with occupation.
Down with occupation.
There is only one solution.
There is only one solution.
Intifada revolution.
Intifada revolution.
There is only one solution.
There is only one solution.
Intifada revolution.
Intifada revolution.
Intifada, intifada.
Intifada, intifada.
Long live the intifada.
Long live the intifada.
Intifada, intifada.
Intifada, intifada.
Globalize the intifada.
Globalize the intifada.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
We are all by your side.
We are all by your side.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
New York City's by your side.
New York City's by your side.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise.
Yemen is by your side.
Yemen is by your side.
Lebanon is by your side.
Lebanon is by your side.
We are all by your side.
We are all by your side.
Not another nickel, not another dime.
Not another nickel, not another dime.
No more money for Israel's crime.
No more money for Israel's crime. Testing.
Not another penny, not another dollar.
Not another penny, not another dollar.
We won't pay for Israel's slaughter.
We won't pay for Israel's slaughter.
Not another nickel, not another dime.
Not another nickel, not another dime.
No more money for Israel's crime.
No more money for Israel's crime.
Not another nickel, not another dollar.
Not another nickel, not another dollar.
We won't pay for Israel's slaughter.
We won't pay for Israel's slaughter.
From Palestine to Mexico,
From Palestine to Mexico,
all the walls have got to go.
all the walls have got to go.
From Yemen to Palestine,
From Yemen to Palestine,
imperialism is a crime.
imperialism is a crime.
From Palestine to the Philippines,
From Palestine to the Philippines,
stop the U.S. war machine.
stop the U.S. war
All right, get your hands ready. We're going to do it back. Up, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with occupation.
Down with occupation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with occupation.
Down
One more
with
time.
occupation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with occupation.
Down with occupation.
Biden, what do you say?
Biden, what do you say?
How many kids did you kill today?
How many kids did you kill today?
Netanyahu, what do you say?
Netanyahu, what do you say?
How many kids did you kill today?
How many kids did you kill today?
Free Palestine!
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 We will honor all our martyrs!
We will honor all our martyrs!
All our children, sons and daughters!
All our children, sons and daughters!
We will honor all our martyrs!
We will honor all our martyrs!
All our parents, mothers, fathers!
All our parents, mothers, fathers!
We demand liberation
We demand liberation
and the Zionist occupation!
and the Zionist occupation!
We demand liberation!
We demand liberation!
Smash the Zionist occupation!
That's the Zionist occupation!
We demand liberation
We demand liberation
and the Zionist occupation!
and the Zionist occupation!
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now!
End the siege on Gaza now!
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now!
End the siege on Gaza now!
Alright, we still a little bit quiet. Y'all know this one. From the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river,
From the sea to the river,
Palestine will live forever.
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 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Israel is a racist state.
Israel is a racist state.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Open up the prison doors.
Open up the prison doors.
5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Smash the settler Zionist state.
Smash the settler Zionist state.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
End the siege on Gaza now.
End the siege on Gaza now.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
Stop bombing Gaza now.
Stop bombing Gaza now.
Stop bombing Yemen now.
Stop bombing Yemen now.
Yemen, make us proud.
Yemen, make us proud.
Turn another ship around.
Turn another ship around.
Yemen, make us proud.
Yemen, make us proud.
Turn another ship around.
Turn another ship around.
Gaza, you will rise.
Gaza, you will rise.
We are all by your side.
We are all by your side.
Gaza, you will rise.
Gaza, you will rise.
New York City's by your side.
New York City's by your side.
The Bronx is by your side.
The Bronx is by your side.
Uptown is by your side.
Uptown is by your side.
Columbia students are by your side.
Columbia students are by your
The
side.
people are by your side.
The people are by your side. brick by brick,
wall by wall,
wall by wall,
Zionism will fall.
Zionism will fall.
Brick by brick,
Brick by brick,
wall by wall,
wall by wall,
Israel will fall.
Israel will fall.
Brick by brick,
Brick by brick,
wall by wall,
wall by wall,
Zionism will fall.
Zionism will fall.
Brick by brick,
Brick by brick,
wall by wall,
wall by wall,
Israel will fall.
Israel will fall.
Good afternoon, comrades. My name's Samad, and I'm here with the Palestinian Youth Movement. We're here today because we know that our cause is a just cause
Yes.
for the struggle for liberation.
Yes.
A struggle for the full and complete liberation of Palestine.
That's right. That's right.
Liberation from the genocidal
Come on.
siege
All
on
right.
Gaza. Liberation from the occupation of the West Bank.
Yes.
From the occupation of the lands of
Yes.
48. Liberation from imperialist encroachment on our region.
Okay.
Liberation of all of our prisoners
Yes.
held in Zionist prisons. Liberation of all of our people in exile. From the Arab region to the far diaspora.
That's right. That's right.
And because the Palestinian cause is a just cause for liberation,
Yes.
because our cause is at the global forefront of the struggle against Zionist colonialism
Yes.
and U.S. imperialism,
Yes.
it is also a cause that has proven itself capable of springing millions of people into action across the world. For us here in the belly of the U.S. empire,
All right.
the Palestinian cause is one that nakedly exposes the contradictions of this country.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
As
That's
a
right.
country that exchanges the blood of our people for wealth.
Come on.
As a country that sends bombs and weapons to kill tens of thousands of Palestinians.
That's right. Come on.
In
Come on.
exchange for its fascist colonial outpost in our region.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The Palestinian cause has exposed the brutality and genocidal violence of U.S. imperialism.
Yes.
And it has exposed the brutality of elite U.S. institutions
That's right.
that provide material and ideological cover for genocide and colonialism.
That's right.
Today, that shameful institution is Columbia University.
Come on. Please. Terrible.
All of us here today, we stand in unwavering solidarity with the brave students at Columbia. These brave students who have put their belief in the justness of our cause into practice.
Yes.
These students who see right through the illusion of academic freedom
That's right.
and free speech.
Yes.
The words that come out of the mouth of a woman who
Yes.
sends in the NYPD to brutalize and arrest 18-year-olds protesting a genocide against the Palestinian people. Shame! Minu Shafiq, what do you say? How many boots did you lick today? How many boots did you lick today? Minu Shafiq, what do you say? How many boots did you lick today? Minu Shafiq, what do you say? How many boots did you lick today? Minu Shafiq, what do you say? How many boots did you lick today? We have no illusions about academic freedom in an institution like Columbia.
Come on.
We have no childish ideals about free speech.
All right.
Because Columbia is not an educational institution.
Okay. Teach. Teach.
Columbia is an institution of Zionism.
Yes. Yes.
And while our cause is a just cause for liberation, their cause is one for unending profit, for colonialism, for land theft, and for genocide.
Yes.
So we stand in unwavering condemnation of Columbia University, of their shameful president, and of their agents at the NYPD.
That's right.
But we have history on our side. And we have the masses of people across the city and across the world on our side.
That's right.
And we have the power to withdraw support from these Zionist institutions.
That's right.
And to force them to reckon with our demands.
That's right.
We know that they have no conscience, but the power of the people will force them to heed our demands.
That's right.
What happens at Columbia University, New York City is watching,
Yep.
and the entire world is watching.
Come on.
The people of Gaza are watching.
Yes.
So, comrades, we're going to get started marching soon.
All right.
We want us to bring confidence and high morale to Columbia. We're going to go picket outside. We're going to show them that we stand with the students, and that Columbia University will not get away with its crimes against the Palestinian people.
Okay. Okay.
So we're going to start getting lined up this way. So if everyone can start getting lined up, we're going to get started marching.
Excellent.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine!
So we're just dismounting here. We're going to be marching up to Columbia University, so please just bear with us. We're getting our camera off our tripod right now. But we're going to be marching to the gates at Columbia University for a rally. And I think there are already some people up there. There have been people there basically around the clock for the last 3 days. There. Sorry about this upside down picture, though. We're gonna be on the move very soon. In the meantime, though, I don't know if anyone has seen any of the other schools that have been doing similar encampment-style protests, but you know, if you guys could leave comments. I know Yale. I believe Yale has like a similar encampment going. So just bear with us. We're trying to catch up with the march right now, trying to get mounted on our shoulder rig. All right. The screws are in, guys. Craig said that we're going to be getting a different mount soon, so we'll never have to do this again. But for the time being, you're all stuck with our very disjointed dismount. Okay. All right, mount is attached. Just slide this on. Great. right, we're good. All right, so we gotta do some running. So let's see what we've got going on. First, we gotta cross this street without getting hit by a car. Do you have the grip? Yeah. No. All right. All right, let's cross. Sorry about that. We're running to catch up with the march, but if you're joining us now, we are on the move with the march that's going up to Columbia University, and look both ways, and they're going to the gate right now where there's been a massive standoff with the police the last 3 days. Sorry, okay. I'm not gonna run. Oh, I think we're pretty close right now. I see they're blocked up. Okay. I used to run track in high school, but I was a sprinter. Don't really do well with long distances. Anyway, this march ahead of me is headed to Columbia University, where the Columbia University Encampment is. We are gaining ground.
Peace, not war. Have peace, not war.
Peace, not war. That's the message. Okay, we're at the back of the march here. I'm just gonna adjust this real quick. Okay. Really sorry. We're carrying a lot of gear right now, but we're on 116th now. What's that?
Media arm of the movement.
You hear that? This guy is saying we're the media arm of the movement. I think he saw the tagline. Thank you.
Where did you sleep in a tent last night?
I slept in a tent 2 nights ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we're on the march right now to Columbia University, and we're going outside the gate, where for the last 3 days, people have been basically protesting in solidarity with the people inside. And there have been many arrests, and it's been very sort of contentious with the police outside the gate. But I'm going to try to switch over to the protest audio now. Can you switch audio inputs?
Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. From Haiti to Palestine.
Occupation is a crime.
Occupation is a crime.
From Haiti to Mexico.
From Haiti to Mexico.
All the walls have got to go.
All the walls have got to go.
It is right to rebel.
It is right to rebel.
U.S., you can't go to hell.
U.S., you can't go to hell.
It is right to rebel.
It is right to rebel.
Israel, go to hell.
Israel, go to hell.
It is right to rebel.
It is right to rebel.
U.S., you can't go to hell.
U.S., you can't go to hell.
Resistance is justified when people are occupied. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. Columbia, you can't hide. It's supporting genocide. Columbia, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Columbia, we know you. You imprison children too.
Stop.
By the millions will return. Palestine will be free. New York City, you will learn. By the millions will return. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. In our millions, in our billions. We are all Palestinians. In our millions, in our billions. We are all Palestinians. We are all Palestinians. Gaza, Gaza, you will rise. New York City's by your side. Gaza, Gaza, you will rise. Gaza, Gaza, you will rise. Columbia students are by your side. Columbia students are by your side. New York City, you will feed. New York City, you will feed. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. New York City, you will learn. New York City, you will learn. By the millions will return. By the millions will return. Refugees will return. Refugees will return. By the millions will return. By the millions will return. Viva, viva Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Justice is our demand. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land. Justice is our demand. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If Gaza don't get it, shut it down. If Janine doesn't get it, shut it down. If Tolkadem doesn't get it, shut it down. If Palestine don't get it, shut it down. If the Bronx don't get it, shut it down. If Harlem doesn't get it, shut it down. If Brooklyn doesn't get it, shut it down. If Queens don't get it, shut it down. If our people don't get it, shut it down. 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 Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Columbia, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Columbia, we know you. Columbia, we know you. You in prison students too.
Let him move to the sidewalk, sir. Sidewalk. Sidewalk.
Sidewalk. Go Go that way. Go on a sidewalk. Go.
Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the sea to the river! Palestine will live forever! 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 New York City, you will see! New York City, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! New York City, you will learn! New York City, you will learn! By the millions will return! By the millions will return! It is right to rebel! It is right to rebel! U.S. UK go to hell! U.S. UK go to hell! It is right to rebel! It is right to rebel! NYPD go to hell! NYPD go to hell! NYPD go to hell! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! The people are colonized! The people are colonized! Resistance is justified! Resistance is justified! The people are occupied! The people are Palestine is our demand! No peace on stolen land! No peace on stolen land! Fight it, you're a liar! We demand a ceasefire! We demand a ceasefire! From the belly of the beast! From the belly of the beast! Hands off the Middle East! Israel's crimes! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes!
That's the point, Dickie. No more money for Israel's crimes! No more money for Israel's crimes! Not another nickel, not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes! Not another dime! Not another nickel, not another dime! No more money for Israel's crimes! No more money for Israel's crimes!
You're blocking vehicle traffic.
will be free. Let's make sure the students can hear us. How many booths did you lick today? From New York to Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. 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 Free Palestine. 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 Brick by brick, wall by wall, Zionism will fall. Zionism will fall. Brick by brick, wall by wall, Israel will fall. Israel will fall. Israel will fall. Israel will fall. Colombia, you can't hide. Colombia, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Colombia, you can't hide. Colombia, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Viva, viva Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. We want justice, you say up with liberation. Down with occupation. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free
What's that?
Palestine.
What's that? Well, we're almost to the gate. Let's find a spot to set up the tripod.
From the belly of the beast. We want justice, we want peace. None of the penny, none of the dollar. We won't pay for Israel's slaughter. None of the nickel, none of the dime. We won't pay for Israel's crime. Resistance is justified. And people are occupied. Resistance is justified. And people are colonized. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation.
free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Into the pen. You gotta go in the pen. You are blocking pedestrian traffic. You are blocking pedestrian traffic. Sir, you either go in the pen or you're going to be subject to arrest. All right? You either go in the pen or you're going to be subject to arrest. Send the story. I'm going to give you a couple warnings and then that's it. All right?
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
You're going to get arrested. Get in the pen or you're going to get arrested. You are blocking pedestrian traffic. You are blocking pedestrian traffic.
NYPD KKK! NYPD KKK! Iowa, you're all the same! Iowa, they're all the same! You get in the pit, Iowa, you're all the same! NYPD KKK!
NYPD KKK!
Iowa, they're all the same!
Iowa, you're all the same!
NYPD, we know you!
NYPD, we know you!
You're Israeli trained too!
You're Israeli trained too!
NYPD, we know you! NYPD, we know you! You're Israeli trained too! You're Israeli trained too! Let's keep it up! They can't stop us! We're here for the students! Let's go! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Up with liberation! Hands up with occupation!
Up with liberation!
Down with occupation!
Up with liberation!
Down with occupation! Up with liberation! Hands off!
Y'all don't gotta touch her. Y'all don't gotta touch her.
NYPD KKK!
IOF, you're all the same.
IOF, they're all the same! NYPD KKK! NYPD KKK! IOF, they're all the same! IOF, they're all the same! NYPD, we know you!
NYPD, we know you.
You're Israeli trained too!
You're Israeli trained too.
NYPD, we know you!
NYPD, we know you.
You're Israeli trained too!
You're Israeli trained too.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Columbia University,
since its foundation,
is
nothing but a ruling class institution.
nothing but a ruling class institution.
And the ruling class has pure fear because of the strength of the movement for Palestine. The past 6 months has awoken millions of people across the world who have stood up and declared themselves agents of their own future. And we have declared that the future has no space for Zionism or U.S. imperialism. Take note that this institution is so afraid of our message, both inside and outside its walls, that it deploys a fascist police force to repress the voices of the majority of the world. This institution is a training ground for the ruling class. And the students have messed up its plans. This shows the threat that we are to the White House. And we will be here. And we will send our message. To our comrades inside. We will encourage them. And we will be with them. As they continue their righteous actions. Until all of their demands are met. What happens on the campuses is visible to the entire world. So let's raise our voices. Keep our spirits high. Confident that the world is with us. And chant for a free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. Gaza, you will run. New York City's by your side. Gaza, you will run. Our people are by your side. My check.
We have many comrades. And people who have been taking up the fight. From all sectors of society. Here with us today. Help us amplify their message so we can show the broadness and the diversity of the movement for Palestine. Next is Lydia from UAW.
I've never done call and response. I'm so sorry. And I am a union worker.
And I am a union worker.
From UAW Local 2179.
From UAW Local 2179.
But I am speaking here today.
But I am speaking here today.
In a personal capacity.
In a personal capacity.
This rally and march.
This rally and march.
Was called today.
Was called today.
In part.
In part.
By New York City Labor for Palestine.
By New York City Labor for Palestine.
Because we witnessed.
Because we witnessed.
Along with the rest of you.
Along with the rest of you.
The violent arrests.
The violent arrests.
Made of those participating.
Made of those participating.
In the encampment on Columbia's campus yesterday.
In the encampment on Columbia's campus yesterday.
New York City organized labor.
New York City organized labor.
Decided there was no world.
Decided there was no world.
In which we didn't come out.
In which we didn't come out.
To show what the power of the working class.
To show what the power of the working class.
Of New York City can really do.
Of New York City can really do.
And stand in solidarity.
And stand in solidarity.
With all of those arrested and harassed by the NYPD.
With all of those arrested and harassed by the NYPD.
We call for all charges against the protesters.
We call for all charges against the protesters.
Both academic and criminal.
Both academic and criminal.
To be dropped immediately.
To be dropped immediately.
And we call. For all cops off of the campus.
For all cops off of the campus.
Immediately and permanently.
Immediately and permanently.
One of the founding principles.
One of the founding principles.
Of Labor for Palestine.
Of Labor for Palestine.
Is answering the call.
Is answering the call.
Of the Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions.
Of the Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions.
To end all complicity.
To end all complicity.
And stop arming Israel.
And stop arming Israel.
If you are a union worker.
If you are a union worker.
Make some noise right now.
Make some noise right now.
I wanted to talk a bit today.
I wanted to talk a bit today.
About some unions that are answering that call.
About some unions that are answering that call.
Iron Workers Local 29.
Iron Workers Local 29.
Painters Local 10.
Painters Local 10.
Portland Federation of School Employees.
Portland Federation of School Employees.
Local 111.
Local 111.
And the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 48.
And the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 48.
All of these locals.
All of these locals.
Have passed resolutions.
Have passed resolutions.
In their unions.
In their unions.
That call for an end.
That call for an end.
To arming and funding Israel.
To arming and funding Israel.
That demand Israel out of Gaza and the West Bank.
That demand Israel out of Gaza and the West Bank.
And for labor everywhere.
And for labor everywhere.
To stop the shipment of arms to Israel.
To stop the shipment of arms to Israel.
The Association of Legal Aid Attorneys.
The Association of Legal Aid Attorneys.
UAW Local 2325.
UAW Local 2325.
Are currently being subpoenaed.
Are currently being subpoenaed.
By Congress.
By Congress.
For their anti-Israel resolution.
For their anti-Israel resolution.
Which was passed by a majority vote.
Which was passed by a majority vote.
Of the rank and file workers.
Of the rank and file workers.
The resolution called.
The resolution calls.
For a permanent ceasefire.
For a permanent ceasefire.
And the end of the occupation of Palestine.
And the end of the occupation of Palestine.
And now this union.
And now this union.
Is being investigated by Congress.
Is being investigated by Congress.
For anti-Semitism.
For anti-Semitism.
This is an attack.
This is an attack.
On workers' free speech.
On workers' free speech.
And on the democratic principles.
And on the democratic entire world
to use our power
to use our power
to shut this city down
to shut this city down
for the people of Palestine.
for the people of Palestine.
We are the ones
We are the ones
who keep this city moving.
who keep this city moving.
Only we
Have
the
the power
to make it stop.
to make it stop.
I want to end this on a chant.
I want to end this on a chant.
It's who's got the power?
Who's got the power?
We've got the power.
We got the power.
What kind of power?
What kind of power?
Union power.
Union power.
Who's got the power?
Who's got the power?
We've got the power.
We got the power.
What kind of power?
What kind of power?
Union power.
Union power.
Thank you.
From the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the sea to the river,
From the sea to the river,
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
Let's hear how loud you can get. Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
I want to invite
I want to invite
someone who inspires us all
someone who inspires us all
and calls out to many people across this country and the world.
and calls out to many people across this country and the world.
Susan Sarandon.
Susan Sarandon.
I am not a student.
I am not a student.
I am not Palestinian.
I am not Palestinian,
But I am here to support the students
to support the students
who understand
who understand
that it is very important
that it is very
to
important
have their voices heard,
to have their voices heard,
and that this is their right in a democracy,
and this is their right in a democracy,
especially in a place of education
especially in a place of education
and supposedly higher thought,
and supposedly higher thoughts,
to be attacked
to be attacked
with racism
with racism
and intolerance
and intolerance
is not acceptable.
is not acceptable.
There are many, many people
There are many, many people
who stand with you.
who stand with you.
You must know that you inspire so many people.
You must know that you inspire so many people.
People who are afraid.
People who are afraid.
People who are old and afraid.
People who are old and afraid
Are looking to you
are looking to you
and your voices
and your voices
and your organization
and your organization
and your tenacity
and your tenacity
and your kindness
and your kindness
to make a difference in this situation.
to make a difference in this situation.
You give me hope.
You give me hope
To me and so many people.
to me and so many people,
And in the end, the truth will win.
and in the end the truth will win.
It's important at this point
It's important at this point
to challenge all systems
to challenge all systems
that are full of hate
that are full of hate
and bigotry
and bigotry
and intolerance
and intolerance
and injustice.
and injustice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. There is only one solution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution. Intifada revolution. There is only one solution. There is only one solution. Mic check.
Comrades!
Comrades.
We have another comrade
We have another comrade
from the UAW
from the UAW
who is here to speak with us
who's here to speak with us
about the critical role
about the critical role
of union solidarity
of union solidarity
with the Palestinian cause
with the Palestinian cause
for liberation.
for liberation.
My name is Sawyer from UAW 7902.
My name is Sawyer from UAW 7902.
We are at war.
We are at war.
This is a war that started a long time ago.
This is a war that started a long time ago.
Before we were born.
Before we were born.
When the first person with a sword said, "This is mine and you are mine."
When the first person with a sword said, "This is mine and you are mine."
This is a war fought with oppression.
This is a war fought with oppression.
This is a war fought with resistance.
This is a war fought with resistance.
Racism, classism, sexism, and bigotry of all stripes.
Racism, classism, sexism, and bigotry of all stripes.
It is a war we fight among ourselves when we allow ourselves to be divided.
It is a war we fight among ourselves when we allow ourselves to be divided.
Our enemy's weapon is greed, division, and apathy.
Our enemy's weapon is greed, division, and apathy.
Our weapon is our community and our solidarity.
Our weapon is our community and our solidarity.
We are here today to wield that weapon.
We are here today to wield that weapon.
Because we will not allow ourselves to be complicit in genocide.
Because we will not allow ourselves to be complicit in genocide.
We will not allow ourselves to be complicit in murder.
We will not allow ourselves to be complicit in murder.
We will not allow ourselves to be complicit in exploitation.
We will not allow ourselves to be complicit in exploitation.
We will not sit quietly.
We will not sit quietly.
While those who speak out are jailed.
While those who speak out are jailed.
While those who organize are jailed.
While those who organize are jailed.
While those who fight for their freedom are murdered in the streets of Palestine.
While those who fight for their freedom are murdered in the streets of Palestine.
We will win this fight.
We will win this fight.
And when we do,
do
not allow your weapons to become rusty.
do not allow your weapons to become rusty.
What is happening in Palestine
What is happening in Palestine
is what is happening in Alabama.
is what is happening in Alabama.
Is what is happening in Haiti.
Is what is happening in Haiti.
Is what is happening in Mozambique.
Is what is happening in Mozambique.
Is what is happening all across this country and everywhere. Workers stand up.
Is what is happening across the country and wherever it stands.
Is what is happening wherever the people stand up.
Is what is happening wherever the people stand up.
Is what is happening whenever the people in charge get scared.
Is what is happening whenever the people in charge get scared.
We have a war to win.
We have a war to win.
Ask yourself what you can do for your comrades.
Ask yourself what you can do for your comrades.
Tell your comrades what they can do for you.
Tell your comrades what they can do for you.
Stay organized.
Stay organized.
Stay strong.
Stay strong.
Fuck the police state.
Fuck the police state.
Fuck capitalism.
Fuck capitalism.
Love the people.
Love the people.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine!
Palestine.
Free Palestine!
Palestine.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine.
I think it's important that we remember that Columbia University was established as a colonial institution. It was established by the King of England to support his project for the ethnic cleansing of indigenous lands. And here we are in 2024. And Columbia University continues to stand for the ethnic cleansing of indigenous lands. And let's not forget that we're here in Harlem, the home of Malcolm X, who said that the Zionist project is a form of colonialism. And let's also not forget that the assassination of Malcolm X was aided, abetted, and partially carried out by the NYPD. So just like the Native Americans, just like the black people of Harlem, and just like the Palestinians today, we stand here against ethnic cleansing, colonialism, and genocide. We also must take the lessons of the past few days. This isn't just an Israeli war. It's an American war too. Without Joe Biden backing a genocide, Israel can't even defend itself from Iran. So that's the price for the USA. Of unconditional support for genocide. That we will be drawn into a war. That will engulf the whole region. Netanyahu and Biden together are pouring gas all over the Middle East. They just want to light the match. They don't care how many millions die. So I ask you, will we let them do this? No! Will we keep standing up? Will we say no more money for Israel's crimes? Will we say U.S. hands off the Middle East? I think we will. And I am proud to stand here with you in front of this colonial institution and its paid bodyguards in the NYPD. They might have killed Malcolm X. They may have murdered 30,000 Palestinians. But they can't kill our struggle and our resistance ever. Thank you, Free Palestine.
EP, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Brick by brick, wall by wall, Zionism will fall. Brick by brick, wall by wall. revolution. Intifada revolution. There is only one solution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution. Intifada revolution. Intifada, intifada. Intifada, intifada. Long live the intifada. Long live the intifada. Intifada, intifada. Intifada, intifada. Long live the intifada. Long live the intifada. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. 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 One solution. One solution. Revolution. Revolution. Revolution! Revolution! What solution? What solution? Revolution! What solution? Revolution! What solution? Revolution! There is only one solution! There is only one solution! Intifada revolution! Intifada revolution! There is only one solution! There is only one solution! Intifada revolution! Intifada, intifada! Intifada, intifada! Long live the intifada! Long live the intifada! Intifada, intifada! Intifada, intifada! Mobilize the intifada! Mobilize the intifada! Say it loud and say it clear! Say it loud and say it clear! Liberation is near! Liberation is here! Say it clear and say it loud! Say it clear and say it loud! Gaza, you make us proud! Gaza, you make us proud! Yemen, you make us proud! Columbia students make us proud! Say it clear and say it loud! Gaza, you make us proud! Say it loud and say it clear! Liberation is here! Liberation is here! Liberation is here! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Viva, viva Palestina. Lucha, lucha Palestina. Viva, viva Palestina.
Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. Rachel.
Occupation is a crime. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. Resistance is justified.
This mic is hot now. So we're gonna try to move inside Columbia University right now. So we're about to dismount from our shoulder rig. So just stick with us. We're not ending the stream. The screen might go black for maybe 20 or 30 minutes, but we're gonna keep going. We're gonna try to get into Columbia University.
Open up the prison door.
for those of you that didn't hear, we're about to try to make our way inside the university. So the screen is going to go dark for a sec, but we're going to try to get inside to cover the encampment. So please stick with us. Testing. Okay, we're still. All right. So yeah, I think we might have to break this down. Yeah. Yeah, okay. One thing we can do is take the grip off. So again, we're about to go into Columbia University. So please stick with us. The screen's going black because we're putting our camera equipment in our bag. Okay. All right, we're on the move. Oh no! Let's take it. Yeah. All right. Excuse us. Sorry. Excuse us. Sorry.
University.
So right now you're probably wondering why there's a black screen, but we're on our way. We're on our way inside the university right now. There's obviously a big security presence like everywhere, and you can't get in the university without an ID. We're about to head in. We're walking up the street. I'm walking by like a huge crowd of people right now because there's a hawk perched on the building and everyone's taking pictures of the hawk. But we're on the move right now, trying to get inside Columbia. Okay. We're on 118th and Broadway right now. We got to get over to Amsterdam. But yeah, it's been increasingly more difficult to actually get in the university, and obviously this is because Columbia doesn't want this to become a national story, and they don't want media to get in. They don't want people to they don't want the students to be able to tell their side of the story, and they would rather just put out their statements and try to frame the narrative, which is why we're here. And I think they're afraid because students around the country right now are standing up. You know, in a lot of ways, students have spearheaded, you know, struggles and movements in the past. You know, especially at that age, you're young, you're exposed to new ideas. You know, you see the world for the first time, and you really see it for what it is outside of, you know, public schools or private schools or whatever. You know, you get to think for your own, think for yourself, and, you know, students, I think, seeing this genocide happen, are really willing to risk everything. So right now we're on 120th. We're walking by some of the entrances, but all of the main entrances are blocked. And there are stairwells, but everything is caged off. They have private security here. They have hired private security. They have NYPD. They have, there are reports that they actually called the FBI over these student protests. So, we think we know a way in, though. But, yeah, I guess this is a good time to say, you know, if you like what we're doing here at Breakthrough, you know, it takes a lot of resources, it takes staff, and it takes equipment to put all this together. But yeah, if you've enjoyed any of our coverage or you found it informative in the last 6 months during this genocide, you know, we would really appreciate it if you became a patron, a Breakthrough News patron. There are many tiers with many different sort of benefits, but you know, the lowest tier is like $5 a month. So, you know, if you're willing to even just like forego a morning coffee one day each month, that would really help us out a lot. So right now we're approaching Amsterdam Hall, or sorry, not Amsterdam Hall, Amsterdam Street. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we might have a way in here. Thank you. We're in. I never went to Columbia, but my parents did.
Your parents went to Columbia?
Yeah, yeah. I was actually, you know, it's funny, I was here, I was on the lawn that's being like occupied right now, like when I was 10. There was, my mom was graduating, and I remember the weather was like very much like day 2. It's just like rainy and miserable. I had gotten like a toy mood ring. It was like a dolphin on it or something, and the mood ring kept turning blue, which meant I was sad.
Well,
think.
Sad to be in the halls of the ruling class institution.
Yes. Okay, so we're approaching the encampment right now. But this is day 3. Day 3 of this Palestine protest.
It's kind of interesting. You really wouldn't know how heavy the repression is outside by looking around right now.
Yeah, it's like a walled off inner city here. On our right, there's looks like a jobs table for NMDP.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. It's like a blood.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the NYPD is closing in so aggressively outside. I mean, we just came from this action, and as we were leaving, we saw just police lining up against the action. So it's like a whole other world in here, a whole other New York City, so to speak.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job of protecting the inside. I gotta say, it's really beautiful. They have these like cherry trees planted. Yes. Okay, this is an important distinction. Cherry trees have different leaves, but they're cherry blossom trees planted here. Oh my God, they're like muffins over there. It's a very beautiful campus. We are almost there. We are almost there, and we're gonna set up our cameras.
It's a good time to make some pitches, perhaps. I mean, especially earlier, if you saw our struggle.
Security guard.
I guess. Well, if you want to help support Breakthrough, become a patron. You saw our struggles earlier with our tripod mount. We certainly need the funds. So we're excited to be able to see what's going on firsthand, give you live coverage, and be able to actually speak with students with their words. So if you support Breakthrough and believe in this mission, become a patron, patreon.com/breakthrough.
Mind you, this is as weird. This is as weird as it sounds. We're just walking down the street, and we're just talking into a microphone, and yeah, we look a little ridiculous right now. But okay, we see the encampment now, so we're going to unpack our bags very soon. No, let's get down. Oh wow, look. Oh, they've unloaded the graduation chairs. This is actually huge.
Oh, wow. 2 weeks away.
Yeah, 2 weeks away. Graduation is 2 weeks away. This is like a really big deal. Congrats to everyone who's stuck around on a black screen for the last 10 minutes. But we are approaching right now. Yeah, there are a lot of people right now. I don't know how many of them have stuck around overnight. Oh, it looks like they fenced. It looks like they fenced them in. Actually, I don't know what these fences are for, but we're gonna enter the encampment shortly, and by shortly I mean in 15 seconds. What's that? No. You gotta hop the fence. Oh, there's one. See, they have those chairs on the fences to step over, basically. We are in. Oh, what are they? Oh, are they doing? Oh, they're covering the prayer. Okay. 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 All right, we're going around the other side. But yeah, we are. I think there's another prayer right now, and the students are holding up like towels and stuff. They're basically like helping them pray in privacy. Okay, but we're about to climb this fence and enter the encampment. It's like massive. It's really massive. You're about to see in 5 seconds, but just please stick with us. Were you outside?
So beautiful. Yeah, I'm a student, but I was like, someone told me
Okay.
about it. I was like,
We're also students.
okay, but
We're students of the struggle.
love
I think we might. Yeah. Oh,
We are
we're
currently
live.
live.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Okay.
get our camera out.
So we're in now. We are in, guys. We're about to pull our camera out. So kudos to those who have stuck with us through 10 minutes of black screen. Okay, let's get this.
We want people to see what's really happening. Because they're not letting us. We had to.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. I slept through.
Okay, cool. So like organization.
Yeah, we know some of them.
We'll break through.
No. Totally no. Yeah, throw your stuff in the bag. You got a jacket or anything. We're live right now. No. We got in. We got in because we know our way around. So yeah. Oh really? Someone took that? Yeah, I didn't know they did. Oh for real? Yeah. That's not bad. Oh, no. Oh, is that your area? Or you can have a Okay.
Want to switch to shotgun? Or keep on the DJI?
No, I'm gonna keep on the DJI. Okay. All right, is anyone still with us? Is anyone still with us? I would be very impressed if you all stuck around for that. But we are in the encampment, as you can now see. How many are still with us?
About 300 on YouTube.
300.
And then let's see what we got on Twitter.
The 300 that stuck are the real Breakthrough News fans. That much is clear.
We got 7,000 people, 7,000 views so far
Okay.
on Twitter. So Twitter's following along.
Okay. Wait, 7,000 views or 7,000 people? Hey, what's up? It's going.
We're trying to sort out. There's been a lot of antagonists.
Okay, cool. So I guess there are like hostile press among us, or that they're hostile not to Breakthrough News, they're hostile to this encampment apparently, including Canary Mission. We were told Canary Mission is here. They are the blacklist website that posts people's photos and accuses them of being anti-Semitic. So they're here apparently, but yeah, this is it. So this is encampment number 2, and this is the encampment that formed after the first encampment, which was cleared yesterday. And you see how big it is. There are literally hundreds of people here, and this, you know, this sort of reaction, or the outpouring of support for the first encampment, has basically quadrupled the size of the movement here on Columbia's campus. And right now we're in the press corner, but I can do a little commentary, get some of you caught up for those who haven't been following what's been happening here. But so welcome to Columbia University. For those of you who weren't admitted or didn't apply, this is the site of one of the biggest struggles right now for Palestine in the country, which started really started 6 months ago. It really started when this latest iteration of the genocide began. There was massive student protests here at Columbia University, and people, the Palestinian organizers, Students for Justice in Palestine, they were mounting a divestment campaign, and that escalated several times. First with the banning of SJP and JVP, which is Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. They were banned under what was basically a trumped-up charge. Columbia University changed its own rules and made rules that basically said that you had to apply for a permit to hold a demonstration 6 weeks in advance. Obviously, it's really difficult, to say the least, to apply for a permit 6 weeks in advance and, you know, have a demonstration that is still even relevant by the time it happens. So, you know, students basically went ahead and continued to organize, and they were banned for that. So that was a sort of major controversy. There was the chemical attack that took place. There was a chemical attack where these Zionist students basically threw what is known as like skunk spray. It's used widely in the West Bank, in Palestine, but the students here were sprayed with it, and they actually incurred like really, really awful injuries. Some of them were hospitalized, and you know, this is like a spray that basically, like, the stench doesn't come off your skin for months. Sorry, not months, weeks. And that all sort of culminated. The university was doing nothing about divestment. They were doing nothing to divest their endowment funds, which amount to $14 billion from Israel. They wouldn't even divulge what their investment portfolio was invested in. So basically, the students decided to escalate, and they decided to escalate with this encampment. And sorry, not this encampment that you're seeing right now, but they decided to escalate by setting up an encampment on the lawn over here, which I'll zoom in on. So if you can see, okay, looks like an announcement is being made.
Can everyone hear me? All right, we're going to be doing onboarding for anyone who's willing to be in a red roll. There will be more clarification of what this means, so if you're curious, then come meet us in the northeast.
Right now.
But basically, it's risk of arrest and suspension.
Okay, so right now they're doing onboarding training for people who are willing to risk arrest. Obviously, these students are risking arrest by being here. They haven't been threatened with arrest or suspension yet, but the first encampment, that's what happened. They were all arrested. They were all threatened with suspension, and some of them were actually suspended via email. I'm gonna transition over to the tripod right now.
Our comrades outside who are currently protesting in North on 115th and Broadway.
Sorry, just bear with us. Oh, sorry. Can you come with me? So just sorry, we're transitioning. We're transitioning to the tripod. Please just bear with us. Where are my keys? Here we are. House keys. Okay. Ready? Car? I do not. I was just asked if I have a car, but I don't have a car. Very few people have cars in New York City. It's known to be more of a pain than it is a remedy. But honestly, it would be nice to have a van.
Oh man, I'd love a van.
Yeah. You know, to travel, you need a lot of space, and if you don't have a vehicle, especially a large vehicle, you can't really carry your stuff around. So, if yeah, if anyone wants to see us like around the tri-state area more, please consider becoming. Let's get a van, for real. Anyway. Where's the arm for the, where's the...
Oh,
all right, anyway. Sorry about that. Sorry about that messy transition, but basically... You are inside the Columbia University encampment for Gaza right now. Welcome. As you can see, there are hundreds of people here, and this is the encampment that formed after the last encampment was crushed. I was talking through some of the history before we transitioned to our tripod, but. Just to reiterate, basically, you know, Columbia students have been very, very active fighting for Palestine since the genocide really started on October 7th, and they faced a lot of repression from the university, and they faced a lot of pressure from the school administration, especially the board of trustees, which. You know, there was this whole movement basically, like shortly after October 7th, there were like billionaires like Bill Act to shut down, you know, pro-Palestinian speech, basically, to shut down the First Amendment for pro-Palestine students on these universities. All right, right now there's a mic check happening. Okay. So that's another announcement for people who are interested in that they're willing to risk arrest, and there's very much a risk of arrest here. But so yeah, like I was saying, you know, the board of trustees, which are the the big donors of the university who help make the decisions, there was like a movement basically, or there was like a rebellion among these wretched billionaires to shut down anyone who was pro-Palestine and to shut them up. And there was like this movement where they were basically saying, we're not going to donate another penny to universities until they do something about the so-called anti-Semitism on their campuses. And this was led by people like Bill Ackman. He's the only one that really comes to mind, but there were all these sort of billionaire donors. Maybe if other people remember their names, they can put them in the comments. I'm sort of monitoring the comment section right now. But they all pushed to have these student groups banned, and at Columbia, they were banned. JVP and SJP, that's Jewish Voice for Peace, and Students for Justice in Palestine were banned, I think in October or November, if my memory serves me correctly. And yeah, so they were banned, and since then the Columbia students haven't stopped protesting. They formed a new organization. They continued to rally, and their main demand was for divestment from Israel. And most of these elite universities are invested in Israel. They're invested, whether it's Israeli bonds or it's the stocks of weapons manufacturers or tech companies that provide technology to Israel. They're invested in Israeli apartheid and Israeli genocide in one way or another. So divestment really means to pull money. It means that the students are demanding the university pull money from these investments. Now, at least to my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's ever been a university that's actually divested its funds. Many universities have passed divestment resolutions, meaning like the student governments support divesting funds. But I don't think any of them have actually pulled money. And the Columbia students, basically, they were getting tired of waiting. They were getting tired of just getting the sort of roundabout from the university. So they decided to escalate in several situations, in several circumstances. But the biggest escalation by far was the encampment, which you undoubtedly saw. You undoubtedly saw the encampment happen on social media, maybe. And it took place on the lawn over there. So I'm going to zoom in for you guys. So that lawn, I'm going to point it out. That lawn over there where those those white boxes are, is a lawn that looks basically exactly like this one. And the students basically set up tents on that lawn. And they said, we're not going to leave until you divest from Israel. And literally within, not even 3 days, on the second day, the university president, Manu Shafiq, authorized the NYPD to come on campus and arrest all of the protesters. And this was over 100 people. And they are now back, but some of them have been suspended. Many of them have been threatened with suspension. I mean, all of them were threatened with suspension. And basically, as that was happening on that lawn you're seeing in front of me right now, students filled this square. They filled every inch of this square. And, I was talking to a student. He was like, I've never seen anything like it. There were people quite literally everywhere. And they basically started chanting, let them go, free Palestine. And that's how we ended up here. Those students basically hopped the fence. They hopped that wire fence. And they formed this encampment. So that is what is happening in front of me right now, is encampment number 2. And encampment number 2 is way larger than encampment number 1. And that's been one of the big themes of this moment is the repression that Columbia unleashed on their students has only quadrupled the interest in this movement, and it has increased the sympathy for the protesters immensely. I'm gonna take a bite of some pizza right now. As you can see, the students here are they're prepared to stay for the long haul. They have food, they have blankets, they have tarps, they have sleeping bags. They're basically pledging to stay indefinitely. They're not going to leave. Every single student we've talked to has said we're not going to leave. And this is actually, it's very interesting timing, very bad timing for the university, because I'm going to zoom in here. If you can see over here, I'm going to point to it. If you see right above my finger, there's some construction happening, and then on this side, you see those bleachers. That's for Columbia University's graduation. And they are basically, they have graduation in 2 weeks, and they need to set up on this lawn. They need to set up chairs on the lawn, and that's what you see over here. These white boxes are chairs, but they need this lawn to set up graduation. So, the longer this goes on, I think the more pressure Columbia is going to feel to basically clear this area out. And that's going to be difficult for them, because this is probably 2 or 3 times as many students as the last encampment. So I don't know how they're going to get them out of here. And in order to do that, they'll obviously have to bring the NYPD back on campus. Now, this is controversial because the encampment that, or the student protest that they're modeling this encampment after, is the 1968 encampment against the Vietnam War. And it was that protest that basically set a precedent on Columbia University's campus that they would never allow the NYPD back on campus again. And Manoush Shafiq, the president of Columbia University, broke with that precedent, which had stood for 50 years, over 50 years, yesterday when she invited the NYPD on campus to arrest her own students. So that's what we're seeing right now. This is really uncharted territory, and for Manoush to basically not just break that precedent once, but then to do it again, less than a week or 2 weeks later would be a serious escalation. So we're here for the time being. I think we're just going to stay here all day and see what happens. For those just joining us right now, what's happening is that there's a training in the back for people who want to take on the risk of being arrested. They're taking on, they're doing training right now for red rolls, which is, I'm zooming in here. You see those blankets. They're basically holding up blankets in front of them so no one can see inside. But those students in there are basically getting trained right now. They're getting trained on their rights. They're getting trained. They're being taught on what consequences they may face if they are indeed arrested and suspended. And I actually wish I had sort of paid attention. I don't know how many students are in there, but I imagine it's more than a dozen who are willing to risk arrest at least. And the rest of the people out here, I think, are just here in solidarity. Oh, you have someone looking at who? I see a speaker rolling in right now. I think they're getting ready to do some programming, which if they do, we will be live streaming that. Sorry, I'm eating pizza right now, but it's so greasy. There's like grease all over my feet right now. And I don't have any napkins. But you are at Columbia University with Breakthrough News. I think let me ask actually. Let me ask what their plan is. Nice.
They're onboarding people who are over there and who are down there. Is it this live?
Yeah.
You're asking me what the plan is in front of a live camera?
I'm covering the mic, but someone talking. But go ahead. Or are you guys doing like a?
Yeah, I know that's my thing. So I see you on Instagram Reels all the time, and you were in the tent next to mine, and I was like,
Oh.
he goes here?
No.
You're way older than that.
All right. Would you?
Yeah, I can do.
Would you mind?
I would not mind.
Would you guys want to talk to us about like your experience? Yeah. Okay.
Can we eat while we...
Sure. Yeah. No, it's like totally casual.
It's totally casual.
Actually, let me. I'll eat with you.
Oh,
Yeah. So you don't feel weird.
Are we gonna end up at Instagram Reel?
Oh
my God,
maybe. I mean.
I love BT Newsroom. Literally love you guys.
Thank you. We're trying, and we're really. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh,
It's really good. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you want some?
No, it's okay. It's yours.
Okay.
I'll go find one later.
Yeah. Someone went to H Mart apparently.
These.
Yeah.
I see the H Mart bag on the floor.
So, oh wow, yeah, the H Mart bag is right here. So yeah, if we want to just face the camera, but yeah. So how'd you guys hear about? When'd you guys start like coming out to the encampment?
It was very planned. I don't know if I want to answer that one.
Okay. Oh, how'd you hear about it? How'd you get involved?
Sorry. Do you want me to answer that? Yeah. Can you answer that?
Yeah. I think, well, I don't want to get too specific into the details, but I think through my involvement with Columbia University Apartheid Divest, I learned that there was an action occurring. And yeah, I learned that there was an action occurring. And we were recruiting for people to join the encampment, and I felt an overwhelming sense of obligation to my community members. I just felt truly so, I knew of the risks, and I just truly felt so compelled for Palestine, for my community members who have been unjustly suspended by Columbia, for faculty members who have been unjustly disciplined. And yeah, I just felt a really strong responsibility to aid Columbia University Apartheid Divest, or QUAD, to reach their demands, which are full financial transparency from Columbia and their investments, and 2, divestment from those institutions, and 3, full amnesty for all of the protesters at the encampment who were participating, as well as full amnesty for faculty members who were disciplined.
And how does it feel when you got that email from Manoush Shafiq saying, we're allowing NYPD on campus to arrest your fellow classmates? I mean, what was your reaction to that?
I think it was also really maddening because it was so clear that their plan was to say, you guys were suspended, so you can't be here anymore. So, it's okay if we arrest you. But even the NYPD came out with a statement saying that they were confused. They were, confused as to why they were arresting us. They were here because of Shafiq, but that we were totally peaceful, and, they weren't really sure why, they needed to be here. And that their excuse was so flimsy because it was totally illegal. None of the or I won't say none, but a majority of the students were not suspended before the arrests. The suspensions came after the arrest. So it's really, really clear that it was so insane.
So arbitrary.
It was so arbitrary, and it was so silly. Like, it's almost like
the NYPD is like, I don't know what I'm doing here. You're doing something wrong.
Yes, like how are you going to be worse than the NYPD?
You know, I think what's interesting is like they really thought, I guess Manoush thought that you guys would just like go away if everyone was like arrested or suspended, that like people would be like, oh, like, well, I guess they started suspending people, like we're going to go home. But, you know, what is your reaction to the fact that I think the encampment has basically like quadrupled in size?
Yeah, well, so I will have to say this is not the encampment. The original encampment was on the East Lawn, but I was one of the people arrested, and I completely expected for everything to just like, I mean, I thought that was the end at least of that demonstration, and I knew people were still picketing. People really rallied when they heard that the NYPD was coming. I mean, we started in very small numbers, and the amount of people who had joined the encampment since we first started it, and the amount of people who started picketing around the lawn was just incredible. And after we got arrested, you know, it was really scary. Emotions were really high to see your friends and your peers and your community members be dragged away by NYPD and cuffed and brutalized in the way that NYPD brutalizes people. But when I was on the bus and I saw, like, when we were on the correctional facility bus and we saw, like, everyone rally around, like, from the lawn to the gates, it was just, I felt such an overwhelming sense of solidarity and just joy. I mean, I was so scared, but that fear was completely overshadowed by just pride. And then when we were in jail support, or when we were in the holding cell, we were informed that there was a second demonstration, a second gathering on the other lawn that was taking place, and I was just completely overjoyed, and everyone started jumping, and we were just so happy. And I'm just so proud of the community and camaraderie and solidarity and immense work and sacrifices that everyone has made.
You heard about the second demonstration in jail?
I remember I came out. I was one of the first people who came out. And then there was just like so many community members outside to welcome us. And I think I was confident that there would be people there. Even when we were in the bus, like, people were immediately like into action. Like, they were like, this is not right. This cannot happen. And I was already so like overwhelmingly like happy to see everybody standing in solidarity with us, and more importantly with Palestine. And someone ran up to me and they were like, they took over the other lawn. They took over the other lawn. And I was like, what? I was like, what is happening right now?
Unbelievable. And I was just, also it's risky.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they were ready, and it's like to show you that like the students want this. Like, the students want divestment, and they know that what's happening in Palestine is not right.
What's up? Sorry. What's up? Oh, the mic needs to be closer. Sorry. So, like, I know that there's been a lot of repression since October 7th. I mean, the arrests were not the beginning of it. Can you tell us about what the atmosphere has been like at Columbia in regards to the Palestine movement?
You might know more. I think in regards to the atmosphere, I think the student movement at this point, like, it's mass. It's so electric. But even back then, there was so much support. But I think people were afraid, like, to speak out. But we can't be afraid. 40,000 people, plus, like, more than that, are dead in Gaza. And it's not time for us to be afraid. And I think taking that step to show everyone, like, we are in community together, and then we will keep each other safe no matter what, no matter arrest, NYPD, Shafiq saying something crazy in her testimony, being like, no, I don't want Columbia to be cursed by God. like curses by God be damned. Like, we will not be stopped, and we will not be afraid, and we will stand together to to support these demands for financial transparency and divestment so that we might be one step closer to a free Palestine.
And so it's safe to say you guys aren't planning on leaving.
I'm not planning on leaving. I'm not leaving. Yeah. We're not leaving.
You know, one thing that when I was part of the encampment, people were telling me, you know, I mean, the administrators, they came down with those flyers and they were like handing out flyers, and apparently, you know, they were trying to use the excuse of graduation. Excuse me. And they're trying to say, for those who don't know, graduation is coming in 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. So, do you think like this struggle could intensify if students continue to occupy the campus into, say, like next week or like the week after?
The struggle,
The fight for Palestine, the fight for divestment. Do you think it might intensify if it like the closer it gets to graduation?
I think that's an interesting question because I think how graduation has been framed is it's been like something like really important to the Columbia community, and like, you know, Columbia has also, you know, been using graduation and like our participation academically as a way to get students to not like as a way to silence students, to like hold it over their heads. And Columbia will tell you that the people in this, Columbia will try to frame the people in this in the encampment and in this gathering as outsiders, as people who aren't actually a part of the Columbia community. You know, these people aren't graduating, these people don't deserve to graduate, or these people don't deserve to be a part of the Columbia community. We're separate. But the truth is, people who are graduating are here. People don't want to go to graduation. People want to support Palestine. People, you know, are not in support of what Columbia is doing. Columbia will try to frame our struggle that as one that is small, as one that is not a part of the larger community, but it is the community. We are Columbia. This is the struggle. We're taking back Columbia and we're taking over Columbia.
Question: as a SJP alum, how'd you? yeah. As a, you know, GW 2018 was my graduating year. But you know, I've seen this sort of movement and the struggle for Palestine change so much. Even, you know, just in the last 6 months. But the way people are talking about it is so different. What would you say your experience has been like at Columbia University, or like since you've started learning about Palestine? How would you say people's minds have changed? That, you know, the culture has changed, the conversation has changed around Palestine.
I think, I mean, personally, I've witnessed a lot of students growing. I think initially, just like in this 1 year, I've had, you know, interactions with people in clubs and different organizations who, when asked about these issues or when Palestine comes up in conversations, as they do on this campus, they'll say, I don't know, or, you know, that's different from me, or that doesn't really affect me. And now I'm seeing these students come to the sit-ins or come to these demonstrations, or even, you know, actually come into the lawns and risk potential disciplinary action or arrest. Or I'm also seeing these students share immense information and resources about what we're doing online. So I think people are starting to realize that we are all Palestinian. Like, this cause affects all of us. We are all in this struggle together. We're all implicated as students of Columbia University, a part of an institution that invests in the genocide in Gaza. But also, this is not a cause that exists in a vacuum for anyone. None of us exists in a vacuum. We're all in this together. We are all impacted by it, and we all need to play our part. And I think that's something that I'm seeing people continuously grow into.
How did you guys get involved in this issue? When did you first learn about the Palestinian issue, and why have you like dedicated so much of your time and your care and your effort to this cause?
I think it was when SJP and JVP got suspended that I really jumped into everything. But I've always had the thought that like all our struggles are connected. We are all connected, and we are all responsible for each other. And it was just about finding that community where everyone pours everything from them into a free Palestine, into like Palestine will free us all. Like, this is a liberation movement that is connected to every other liberation movement out there, and we really just have to like I don't know, like it's been a space that like I think what was so special about the encampment was that we created a space that does not exist within this institutional framework. This is a space where we know we are aligned, like we all care so deeply, and this is what we are willing to make sacrifices for. Like it's okay that we're not comfortable. There are bigger things out there. There are bigger. Like this is bigger than all of us, but it is also all of us. Like we are all together. Like we have a community that will stand for each other here, now, in the future, like crossing time, crossing space, crossing physicality. I'm just like looking around now and I'm seeing everyone sitting together, and I'm a better world is possible. A community where we all prioritize love is possible. And we have to keep fighting for that. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you more than answered my question. I don't want to keep you here too long, but maybe final question is, the whole world is really watching. I think students around the country are watching. I saw at Yale University they're having a similar sit-in style, occupation style demonstration. And okay, wow, I didn't even know that. What would be your message to students on other campuses who might be afraid or don't know what to do? What would you tell them if they're looking to you for inspiration?
I think one really big thing is that like our campuses, our communities are not limited to this space. Like we are connected by this movement for liberation. Like what I said about crossing physicality, no matter where they are, we will support each other. And in knowing that we have each other, I think we can feel stronger to stand up. Really, like the people united, it's a little corny, but like the people united will never be defeated. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you said it all. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I feel like, I think it's hard to be, it's scary. It's scary to think about these movements, but, these movements don't start with us. They've already started. They've already been moving. They've already been starting. They start in Palestine. That's where the movement starts, and the movement has already been picking up momentum. Now we're just letting the pieces fall into place. Like it's only a matter of time. The question is not whether or not campuses need to organize, or whether or not we need to organize, or whether or not we need to be part of this movement. It's when. The question is when. So the sooner, the better. I'm urging all campuses and all communities and all cities to join the movement for liberation for Palestine, and for liberation for communities and nations and other entities that are also occupied and also facing colonial occupation or settler colonialism. We want liberation for everyone, and that's a movement that has been going on since before we were here. It's so it's only a matter of time of when you will join this inevitable history.
I think one last thing to add to that too is that like it's not really about what we have to say in these Ivy walls or these like high institutions. Like our job, I feel, our responsibility as students and as people is to amplify the Palestinian cause. At the end of the day, like we are here to support Palestine. We are here for Palestine. It is not about us. We're talking a lot about campus repression, but at the end of the day, this is campus repression because they want to hide Palestine, and that cannot happen.
That's incredible. Honestly, everything you guys are doing is so inspiring, and it's just, thank you so much for speaking with us. I really appreciate all the work you're doing. We're just going to keep rolling with the live coverage, but no, please. It's a free-flowing space, but so there are a lot of people out here. We just spoke to some folks who joined this movement because of the suspension of JVP and SJP, which was not too long ago. What, that was November? That was November. And already you have students who were spurred by that moment, who were spurred by that repression to fight for Palestine. And now, you know, they are performing civil disobedience. They're speaking out. They're heavily involved in the divestment campaign here at Columbia. So, you know, it just goes to show how this movement has really just been a sea change. I mean, this is not just changed the country, but it's changing the world. You really can't think of the reality we live in today as anything but a post-October 7th reality. I mean, it's really changed so much. I don't know if there's any other interviews, but I can keep going. So for those that are just joining us right now, we're on the Columbia University campus. We're on the, yeah, of course. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. So we just, what's that? Okay. So we're going to turn to some more interviews later, but yeah, so right now we're on the Columbia University campus. This is the site of the second encampment, which started after the first encampment, which was on the lawn just to my left. But basically, this has been a struggle that's been bubbling here for not just for the last few days, not just for the last 2 or 3 days, as some people have framed it, but really it's been the culmination of 6 months and really years of anger with Columbia University, who has refused to divest from Israel, from Israeli apartheid and Israeli genocide. Columbia University has a $14 billion endowment. That is their investment fund, much of which I'm sure is invested in, you know, whether it be in Israeli bonds or weapons manufacturers, technology companies that aid and embed Israeli apartheid. So the movement for divestment is one that has spanned years. I believe it started with the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, the BDS movement, but it is basically one of the main calls of campus organizers, of Students for Justice for Palestine organizations across the country, is they launch campaigns to divest their school's endowment from Israel. And, you know, usually the way this goes is the students petition, you know, they raise awareness around the campaign, they pass a divestment resolution in the student body, whether it's like the student senate, student government, whatever. And then they have a mandate to go forward and tell the university, hey, the student body doesn't want their tuition money, aka their own money or their family's money, being used to fund a genocide. And so far, I don't think there's been a single U.S. university that has actually divested their funds from Israeli apartheid. And, you know, I was telling the young women I just spoke to, you know, schools fight tooth and nail over their endowments, and they fight tooth and nail not even, you know, over the demand of divestment, but even just revealing what's in the investment funds. They want to keep that completely hidden. I'm sure because they're embarrassed. I'm sure they're profoundly embarrassed by what they're invested in. So Columbia passed divestment resolutions, I think several times, not just once, but several times they passed a mandate for divestment. But the school has yet to actually divest its funds. And that's where the encampment came in. That is where the idea of the encampment came in. Basically, students were frustrated. They were frustrated with the lack of progress, with Columbia totally stonewalling the students. And, you know, over the last 6 months, they've continually escalated, and they've continued to protest, and they've continued to say, you know, you have to stop this, because now these funds, this money is literally being used to aid and abet this genocide, and it all kind of culminated in the encampment. And the encampment, which it started 3 days ago. I mean, it literally feels like ages since it started, but it started 3 days ago, and I was there, you know, embedded. I actually slept there the first night, and I, you know, was speaking to these students, and they were saying, yeah, we're doing this because we're tired. We're doing this because we're sick of just, you know, getting the roundabout from Columbia University. We would like to, you know, actually see some progress. And they decided to set up tents on that lawn over there. It was incredible. And the movement spread like wildfire. I mean, you know, by the time we woke up the next morning, it was like the whole world had descended on Columbia University on day 2 of the encampment. And that was the last day of the encampment. Day 2, around 3 p.m., is when Manoush Shafiq, the university president, called on the NYPD to come in and arrest everyone. And this is actually like, this is not ordinary. It's actually extraordinary, because for the last 50 years, since 1968, which is when there was this massive occupation on Columbia University's campus against the Vietnam War, since that protest, the Columbia University basically agreed to never allow NYPD on the campus, that the university had to actually allow the NYPD to step on its campus. And Columbia had some, you know, basically sovereignty in that sense. And Manoush Shafiq, that precedent lasted for 50 years. Manoush Shafiq overturned that with the strike of a pen or with the tap of a key on her keyboard. She sent out an email and said, "I'm allowing the NYPD to arrest my own students, people who paid good money to be here." And that is what happened yesterday. You may have seen the videos of the arrests that took place on the lawn over there. Over 100 students were arrested. Many of them were threatened with suspension. Some of them were actually suspended. And now, what you're seeing now was basically a direct response to that. As the arrests were happening, there were students that were surrounding the encampment, and they were so angry. They started chanting, let them go, free Palestine," and they just hopped over that fence you see behind me. They literally just started flooding over it, and they set up this encampment here. And, you know, as you can see, the number of people here is huge. It's actually way bigger than the last encampment. The last encampment was maybe, I think 100 students were arrested, but there are several hundred here. There are several hundred here, but I think we have another one of the protesters. We have another member of the encampment who was arrested. Can you tell us your name and, you know, what you do here?
Yeah, so my name's Elliot. I'm a graduate student at the Columbia School of Social Work and a student at Union Theological Seminary.
So you were at the first encampment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell our viewers a little bit about how this encampment idea started, or, you know, what it was sort of in response to, you know, where did this idea come from?
So the idea came out because of the lack of options, viable, feasible options for real change on campus. Columbia University used the so-called options for us to navigate and go through these processes, pretending like this would actually reflect the students. So the Columbia administration claims to represent students and claims democracy and claims that if we go through these processes, our voices will be heard. We've gone through all these processes, and none of them seem to satisfy the Columbia administration, and they did not reflect what the Columbia students wanted. So we've tried referendums, we've tried meetings with presidents, with deans, all ultimately not proving to be a democratic process that truly reflected students. So we came to the consensus, we want a peaceful encampment on a lawn that we as students pay for, a lawn where we are told that we can recreate, express our concerns, express our beliefs, and so this is exactly what this lawn is meant for.
Right. For the viewers, I mean, this lawn is literally like it's a designated demonstration space. It's a designated recreation space.
Exactly. And every single day you'll see students hanging out, recreating, having rallies, protests, and so this is completely in line with the policies that Colombia put out for us. We did not break any policies. We were all in the right, and we know we're on the right side of history, period.
And, you know, it's not just that Colombia has, like, refused the demands. They've actually repressed you guys. They've called pro-Palestinian students anti-Semitic. They've banned groups. Can you talk about the level of repression that Columbia University has thrown at the students here?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know we're anti-war, and we're pro-peace. Functionally, Colombia is repressing anti-war sentiment, anti-war demonstration, making them on the side of war. We don't see that for the students who've been calling for war, calling for more bombs, for more weaponry, for more money for military. So the dissonance, the contradictions have revealed themselves to be even more sharper, even more clear to the students, and that's why we see so many more students coming out despite this repression, despite Colombia specifically requesting police to come onto campus and mass arrest. In fact, the New York City police said that this was not violent, this was very peaceful, this showed no threat to any students. Yet Manoush Shafiq called the police under this false pretense. And so this invigorates the movement even more. This shows the world that the students of Colombia are on the side for anti-war, pro-peace, for the liberation of Palestine. And we won't stop until our demands are met.
You know, people spend good money to be here. People save money, people work through high school, people's parents work, you know, families pool their money together to go to, you know, what we're told is this studious, prestigious, you know, institution. How do you feel that the money you and all the students around us have spent and paid the university is being used to arrest your fellow classmates?
Yeah, they're being used to arrest classmates, and they're being used for genocide. That says it loud and clear.
You know, Manoush Shafiq, she sent out this email saying, oh, you know, we're going to arrest our classmates. She ended up violating this 50-year precedent of NYPD staying off this campus. You know, do you think it reflects a sort of fear that she parted with this 50-year-long policy? Do you think she's afraid of what's happening here?
Absolutely. This is a sign of Manoush Shafiq crumbling under pressure, bringing out the most repressive elements to re-entrench herself as a domineering president. We don't, all we have done here is exercise our rights. But that seems like a threat to her stability, to her comfort, her wealth, and her guilty conscience will be eating her from the inside.
I certainly hope so, because I mean the whole country is watching now, and you know, I've seen other universities around the country emulating what's happening at Columbia University. What would be your message to students who are watching this, who feel inspired by it? What would be your message to them?
This is just the start. We encourage all universities, the students of the universities, to do whatever they can to stop the genocide in Palestine. And so this is only the beginning. I'm sure more college campuses across the nation will do the same. And we know that most university histories are not pushed forward by administration, but the agents of that university history are the students.
Very well said. Do you think the people here are leaving anytime soon?
Oh, absolutely not. The morale here is so high. We see students from across the city come here, traveling from multiple boroughs, traveling from Long Island, traveling from Westchester, this has become a ground for people who are for the liberation of Palestine to really entrench and send a message to Manu Shafiq and Columbia University that we do not stand for profiteering of genocide. We don't stand for wealth hoarding by genocide. We won't stop.
Yeah, you know, they're making money off of genocide. I mean, the endowment is an investment fund, and they're invested in stocks and bonds, which return money to the university. So they're actually directly profiting off of genocide. Final question. You said, you know, this is a space of transformation. You know, I think something that's so poignant about what's happening here is that Manouche thought that by arresting the students, by threatening to suspend them, that this would go away. And now I think the encampment has it quintupled? Like, what would you say about the way the repression, not just the arrest, but the banning of JVP and SJP, the skunk attacks, all this, how would you say that people, that this has changed people's consciousness, the constant attempts to try to repress people?
Yeah, we see throughout history repression does not squash any resistance. It only reinvigorates the spirit of the people. And so whatever they can and will try to do to stop the free expression of students will, of course, bring out more fervor, more passion, because we stand resolute and we have integrity. We can't say that for some of the people in the administration of Columbia University. We know that they have cushy salaries. They think that they can leave and distance themselves from the people and the students of Columbia University, the people of New York City. But they can't, because we will demand a free Palestine, and we will demand no more investments and profiteering off genocide.
Thank you so much. So there we have another student who was arrested, who was part of the first encampment, and arrested for protesting a genocide. Apparently a suspendable offense also at Columbia University. But you know, we're here, we're joined by a lot of different people. We're joined by people from around the city, and people are finding their way in here, whether they're Columbia students or not. Or old enough to be Columbia students. People, this has really set a fire underneath the movement. It has really sparked new interest and new life. It has breathed new life into the student movement and the movement for Palestine. Feels like all eyes are on Columbia right now. I assume that's why you're here. Do you want to introduce yourself? Yeah. If you don't want to do live, that's fine. We could do it. Okay.
I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
I have to let someone in over there.
Okay.
But great job.
All right.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so she has to let someone in. But you know, that point that last student made, I think, is really poignant. You know, again, I don't know if someone in the comments section can add some context here, but there were a bunch of board of trustees. Sorry, I just got to get my juice box going here. But there were a bunch of board of trustees who basically, they sent letters. They sent letters to the administration to say, or sorry, not to the administration. The board of trustees, which are like the richest people who basically fund and donate to these universities, they were starting a movement across all of the elite institutions, all the elite colleges basically, and they were calling on the donors to withhold their donations until these colleges ban the pro-Palestinian student groups. And one of them was Bill Ackman. I think he's one of those hedge fund billionaires, but there were several. There were several of these billionaires who basically were calling on the universities to ban pro-Palestinian groups, and they said, we're not going to donate until you do. And they basically held the universities hostage. Like, immediately after Bill Ackman sent this letter, it was like maybe a week later, Columbia University banned SJP and JVP. And, you know, now you see Manoush Shafiq, the new president of Columbia University, she immediately caved after she was brought into Congress, you know, was grilled for, you know, basically not banning pro-Palestinian speech on campus, and she immediately breaks with 50 years of precedent and sends the NYPD on campus to arrest the students here. But as you can see, it hasn't worked. So, you know, I really don't think these students are going away anytime soon. I haven't heard any student tell me yet that they will, and graduation is in a few weeks. So, you know, there's going to be increasing pressure on Columbia University to basically to get these students off this lawn, because they actually need this lawn to set up, because there are chairs that go on this lawn. They need to set them up, but there's an encampment here, so we'll see how they react. I actually didn't know this, but the students have been telling us that even the NYPD was saying that the students were completely peaceful, and that they didn't understand why they were arresting people. But I think they're starting a program, so we're gonna go over and stream the program now. But just stick with us. We're gonna be covering the encampment at Columbia University.
By the researchers against war, who will be talking about Columbia University's ties to the war machine. But first, the FSJP statement. Thank you, everyone. And FSJP, on behalf of FSJP, I want to say the faculty are so inspired by you all. Palestine, Columbia Barnard, and Teachers College is appalled by the police action against peaceful students on campus on Thursday, April 18, 2024. In solidarity with our students, faculty within Columbia Barnard Teachers College, and students and faculty around the world, we ask for the following immediate actions. 1. All ad hoc disciplinary proceedings and suspensions be immediately stopped. All students facing any disciplinary action tied to their advocacy on behalf of Palestine on campuses have their cases channeled through established past precedents for each campus. 2, the university comply with Quad's divestment proposal to ACSRI. 3, removal of NYPD from campus, including outside the gates. 4, immediate removal of the suspension of SJP and JVP. Until the demands above are met by the university, FSJP calls upon faculty within and outside Columbia to 1, an academic boycott of all events at Columbia. Number 2, faculty boycott of commencement.
The gravity of actions taken by the university on April 18, 2024, and the egregious violations of faculty protocols and privacy of academic affairs by Minouche Shafiq on April 17, 2024, in front of the Congressional Committee, prompts us to issue our broad support of a no-confidence vote against Minouche Shafiq, President, Felice B. Rosen, University General Counsel, Cass Holloway, University COO, David Greenwald and Claire Shipment, Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We really appreciate the support that we've gotten from our faculty, from the students on this law, and from everybody at Columbia University, except the administration at this point. Let's chant again. We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
Answer our demands now!
Answer our demands now!
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
Divestment right now!
Divestment right now!
So like I said, we'll be having our first teach-in by the researchers against war. They'll be talking about how Columbia University itself has ties to war through research. I want everybody who's interested in participating in this teach-in, and I'd say that it's one of the most important things that you can do right now to learn more about how the institutions we're a part of encourage war, invest in war. If you're interested in this teach-in, our researchers are located right there, sort of to the back. I'm going to request that you take a few steps backwards. We'll be dragging the mic as well, and the teaching will be held on that space on the lawn. Thank you. Repeat after me.
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 We're having a teach-in
We're having a teach-in
about Columbia's relationship
about Columbia's relationship
to war through research.
through research.
If you are interested,
If you are interested,
move closer
move closer
to Butler Library.
to Butler Library.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are honored to be speaking with you all today. We are PhD students from the chemistry department and a part of a group called Researchers Against War. We are invested in demilitarizing scientific research, and we're here to talk to you today about the pervasive hold that the DoD has over academic research in the United States. We got involved with this work after the October 16th call by the Palestinian trade unions to end all forms of complicity in the genocide, including contributions to military research. As we know, the United States has been supplying the IOF with weapons and funding to facilitate their genocide in Gaza, and as researchers who are predominantly funded by the United States military, we were faced with the fact that we are also complicit. As chemists, we have always been aware of the presence of the DoD in academic research. Every single lab that both of us has ever worked in or worked with has been funded by some way by the Department of Defense, and this funding is something that is widely accepted and highly sought after in academia in this country. The U.S. Department of Defense, which is comprised of all branches of the military, spent $7.5 billion in 2021 alone funding research at universities. There is an absolutely massive effort by the DoD over the past 6 decades to create a sustained relationship with research institutions like universities. These efforts have been successful in effecting a widespread financial dependence on the DoD for funding at pretty much every single research institution in America. Columbia University has a very prominent history with the DoD starting in 1945 with the Manhattan Project, which developed the first ever nuclear weapon, which was developed in the building that we both work in right now. The Manhattan Project served as the organizational model for American science in the second half of the 20th century. In the wake of World War II, the DoD ramped up its involvement in scientific research institutions, with a number of initiatives and offices being established to sustain the relationship between universities and the military. DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, was originally founded during the Cold War to fund projects with high impact for national security, for example, new weapon systems. And this is an agency that heavily funds the chemistry and physics departments here at Columbia, including the lab where we both work. The DoD, through these agencies and initiatives, funds a huge range of topics in applied and basic scientific research, everything from fundamental math research to whale migration patterns, neurological studies, and geology. And there's psychology and sociology research as well. There are overt examples of scientific research at universities being directly used in military operations. For example, Agent Orange, which was developed by a chemistry PhD student at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and the robot dogs developed by PhD students at Penn, which are currently being weaponized in Gaza, despite the students' wishes for their invention not to be weaponized. Beyond explicit examples of research used for nefarious purposes, the financial dependence and close relationship that universities have with the military serves to strengthen the way that the military is regarded by students and researchers on campus. They have established physical presence at multiple universities, for example at MIT with the Air Force AI Accelerator and the Army Futures Command Headquarters at UT Austin. In terms of what's happening at Columbia specifically, my friend will now discuss the ways that Columbia University scientific research is affected by the DoD.
Okay. My name is Kelsey. I'm also a PhD student in the chemistry department. So I want to talk to you about more specific examples of how the DoD is integrated into Columbia. In the past 10 years, the DoD has spent over $400 million funding research grants at Columbia. They have funded research in a range of departments spanning all of the physical and life sciences, engineering, law, psychology, sociology, and beyond. So how does that funding work? Basically, there are multiple agencies under the DoD, including the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, the Office of Naval Research, the Army Office of Research, and DARPA. And every year they release a number of broad agency announcements, and these advertise the areas of research that they are interested in funding, including their objectives. So from individual researchers at institutions like Columbia, they submit proposals for evaluation to these broad agency announcements. And they include language about what the research will be used for. So I want to give you some examples of what PIs are reading and then applying for in these grants. So an example, in a BAA from 2018 by the Air Force of Scientific Research, they list the specific field that they're interested in as dynamic materials and interactions. And they say that that will be aiding in, quote, revolutionary advancements in future Air Force weapons, and will provide the scientific foundation for game-changing advancements in munitions development and propulsion. Another one titled Plasma and Electroenergetic Physics. So if we have any physicists out there, just know that if you are funded by this grant, this is aimed at a fundamental understanding of physical processes necessary to control electromagnetic energy, and it will be used for insights into directed energy weapons, sensors, and radars, and electronic warfare. The largest category for funding is biomedical and clinical sciences, which has received 72 DoD grants in the last 10 years, totaling almost $80 million. And it's true that the discoveries made under those grants have contributed to the advancement of healthcare technologies, and it is true that the world is a better place because of a lot of the things that have been discovered with that DoD funding. However, the problem with the prevalence of DoD funding is twofold. There is a legal requirement that a researcher funded by DoD that publishes a patent has to give any DoD agency patent permissions to use that technology. So that means that they will always have access to any patented discovery that a researcher like us makes when we don't get a say in who funds us when we get here. To compare other major funding sources, the NSF only received 4% of the federal budget for R&D in 2022, whereas the military received nearly half the budget. This is to say that if one wanted to divest from the DoD funding, it would be extremely difficult since they are such a well-funded agency with well-established avenues for relationships with universities. So the long-standing and pervasive result of this is the fact that it provides direct access to a huge number of highly trained researchers who have positive associations with the military. It is evident that this is a main objective of the DoD in preserving such strong relationships for recruitment purposes, like in departments such as math, which are heavily targeted by the NSA and CIA for recruiting. When I joined this field and I came to Columbia to start my PhD, I had no idea that my research was being molded by these objectives that the military is outlining, and that DoD funding was always presented, as extremely desirable and important for the advancement of our research interests. The goal of Researchers Against War, which is the organization that we're a part of here on campus, is to get people to start thinking about the way that their research may be contributing not only to genocide in Gaza, but also the overall power that the DO has over the way that the scientific research here is conducted in America. If we can get scientists to start to see the connection between themselves and the U.S. military, it is a huge step forward in taking away the DoD's power at universities. This is a nationwide movement, and there has already been a huge action at UC Santa Cruz, where researchers in the astronomy department wrote a letter pledging to withhold academic labor benefiting militarism, refusing to collaborate with federal military institutions and private defense companies, and call upon faculty to disclose funding sources and support their students divesting their labor in pursuit of ethical research. Yeah. They've been a huge inspiration for us, and if you would like to learn more about the specific projects that the DoD funds, you can see the resources. There are pamphlets that have been going around, and you can also talk to us after this. And we really encourage you to speak with your classmates, lab mates, friends, even your faculty advisors about where your research is coming from. When we all take a stand together to challenge the status quo, we send the message that we will not be complacent or complicit in unethical research. An institution like Columbia wields immense power, and as you all have shown in the past few days, weeks, and months, it is the students and the community that decide the fate of the university and not the administration. Yeah. We have the power to change the way that scientific research is conducted in this country, and that movement starts here. So thank you for your time. Free Palestine. Thank you. If you all have questions, we're super open to talking to people, so just find us, and we're happy to talk. Thank you all for your time.
switch the inputs? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, if you could find Elliot, that would be good. What's that?
Where's the audio around?
Yeah. Okay. Some interviews would be good. Okay, so no, you're good. You're good. Want to do an interview? Okay, all right, no problem. So we're back. We're back. I hope you enjoyed that teaching. I wasn't around for it. I was talking to other people, trying to find more students who want to explain what they're doing here. But yeah, we're back at the Columbia University Encampment. For those of you who are just joining us, this encampment is the second encampment. It came after the first encampment, which I'm sure you saw was shut down by the NYPD. Over 100 students were arrested. And this encampment has been going for 2 days now. This is the second day of this encampment. And it is far larger than the first encampment. And people here are staying. They're going to be sitting out here until Columbia University divests from Israel. They've actually already won one of their demands, which is financial transparency of the endowment. And this is huge. For anyone who's been involved in a campaign like this, in a divestment campaign, you are well aware that these universities are incredibly cagey about their financials. They don't want to talk about what they're invested in. They don't want to talk about, who they're invested in, because obviously they're really embarrassed by that. And apparently Columbia University has agreed to divulge what's in their investment portfolio. So, that's huge, especially for a university like Columbia, which has a massive endowment. I think it's $14 billion. So, that's a lot of money that's invested in God knows what, and I guess the students will be finding that out soon. But that news came down during the first encampment. I was there when it was announced. That was like 3 days ago. So it just goes to show that pressure works, and it looks like there's another announcement being made right now. Okay. Oh, wow. So they're saying right now that there are plenty of tarps and blankets for anyone who wants to settle. There are a lot of people who are just like standing about right now because I think they've just arrived. So, there's plenty more room. That's what the students are saying. There's plenty more room for people to come and support the encampment here. So it's only growing and growing. You just saw a statement given by FSJP, which I think is Faculty and Staff for Justice in Palestine. But the faculty and staff are on board, and, they face their own penalties. They face, consequences, particular consequences that students aren't facing, which is that they could lose their jobs, especially if they don't have tenure. Okay, there's someone speaking right now. Yeah. We should move over there.
There's not really much that I could say. You all know why we're here. You all know why you are here. And so I wanted to use this time to actually elevate and center the voices of
We're going to be switching audios.
people who have been in movement. And so I wanted to start by reading the poem. I'll not be able to do it as much justice as she does it, but I am very excited to read it because it's a poem that I've come back to throughout this time. So, Rafif Ziada's poem. Today, my body was a TV massacre. Today, my body was a TV'd massacre that had to fit into sound bites and word limits. Today, my body was a TV'd massacre that had to fit into sound bites and word limits filled enough with statistics to counter measured response. And I perfected my English and I learned my UN resolutions. And still, he asked me, Ms. Ziada, don't you think that everything would just be resolved if you would just stop teaching so much hatred to your children? Pause. I look inside of me for strength to be patient, but patience is not at the tip of my tongue as the bombs drop over Gaza. Patience has just escaped me. Pause. Smile. We teach life, sir. Rafif, remember to smile. Pause. We teach life, sir. We Palestinians teach life after they have occupied the last sky. We teach life after they have built their settlements and apartheid walls, after the last skies. We teach life, sir. But today, my body was a TV'd massacre made to fit into sound bites and word limits. And just give us a human story. You see, this is not political. We just want to tell people about you and your people, so give us a human story. Don't mention that word apartheid and occupation. This is not political. You have to help me as a journalist to help you tell your story, which is not a political story. Today, my body was a TV'd massacre. How about you give us a story of a woman in Gaza who needs medication? How about you? Do you have enough bone, broken limbs to cover the sun? Hand me over your dead and give me the list of their names in 1,200 word limits. Today, my body was a TV'd massacre that had to fit into sound bites and word limits and move those who are desensitized to terrorist blood. But they feel sorry. They felt sorry for the cattle over Gaza, so I give them UN resolutions and statistics, and we condemn, and we deplore, and we reject. And these are not two equal sides. Occupier and occupied. And 100 dead, 200 dead, and 1,000 dead, 35,000 dead. And between that war crime and massacre, I vent out words and smile, not exotic. Smile, not terrorist. And I recount, 100 dead, 1,000 dead. Is anyone out there? Will anyone listen? I wish I could wail over their bodies. I wish I could run barefoot in every refugee camp and hold every child, cover their ears so they wouldn't have to hear the sound of bombing for the rest of their life the way I do. Today, my body was a TV massacre, and let me tell you, there's nothing your UN resolutions have ever done about this. And no soundbite I come up with, no matter how good my English gets, no soundbite will bring them back to life. No soundbite will fix this. Palestinians teach life, sir. Palestinians teach life. Palestinians wake up every single morning to teach the rest of the world life. That's the poem. That's it. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say before I hand back the mic, you know, as someone who's based in Queens, I'm not new, based in New York. I'm not new, and you all are not surprised or new to the violence of Columbia University. So you should speak on that. Speak on the fact that Columbia University is the extension of a settler colonial entity when it has displaced thousands of black people from Harlem right next door. That's what you should speak on, right? It is no surprise that they would support a violent settler colonial state when they are an extension of that state. When Columbia University evades paying millions and millions of tax dollars every single year. When Columbia University is the largest private property owner in the entirety of this city. Y'all know that, right? That we're in a historic neighborhood. We're on a historic land, that it has been the land of black people, black and brown people who have been organizers. And that is your legacy. Your legacy as organizers is the legacy of this neighborhood, not of this university. And the legacy of those who are living in these white, tower halls, who are legislating and speaking in ways that are harmful to this community, their legacy is the legacy of people who had enslaved Black people in this country. That is their legacy. And it's up to them to decide what legacy they will continue and they will turn against, and what legacy that they're going to stand in solidarity with. And so I thank you for the legacy that you're a part of. And the last thing I promise is I want it to end with the Assata Shakur quote, in honor of the fact that we are, recognizing and honoring the history of intersectionality of our movement and the work that we're doing. So if you want, you're welcome to repeat after me, if you want. So this is by Assata Shakur, also from Queens. It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love each other.
We must love each other.
And support each other.
And support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
One more time. It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love each other.
We must love each other.
And support each other.
And support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Thank you all so much, and y'all should give each other hugs. Everybody sitting next to you, that's your family. That's your family. And you are my family. So love to you all, and good luck. We will be here in solidarity. I need you guys to be loud. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
من الميال الميال
من الميال الميال
فلسطين عربية
فلسطين عربية
ومن الميال الميال
من الميال الميال
فلسطين عربية
فلسطين عربية
نيويورك you will see
New York you will see
Palestine will be free
Palestine will be free
Palestine is almost free
Palestine is almost free
Palestine is almost free
Palestine is almost free
You guys need to be loud. All of Columbia and all of New York need to hear you. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine!
علي 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 علي
علي علي علي علي
علي علم الثورة علي
علي علم الثورة علي
وعلي علي علي علي
علي علي علي علي
علي علم الثورة علي
علي علم الثورة علي
ومن الميال الميال
من الميال الميال
فلسطين عربية
فلسطين عربية
ولا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله
والشاهد حبيب الله
والشهيد حبيب الله
ولا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله
والشاهد حبيب الله
والشهيد حبيب الله
From the river to the sea
From the river to the sea
Palestine will be free
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 And it is right to rebel
It is right to rebel
Israel go to hell
Israel go to hell
And it is right to rebel
It is right to rebel
Israel go to hell
Israel go to hell
Resistance is justified
Resistance is justified
When people are occupied
People are occupied
Resistance حبيب الله والصهيوني عدو الله. وعلي علي 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 علم الثورة علي وعلي علي 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 علم الثورة علي وعلي علي 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 علم الثورة علي وعلي علي 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 علم الثورة علي. وثورة ثورة على المحتل غير الثورة ما في حل. وثورة ثورة على المحتل غير الثورة ما في حل. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. And I want you guys to say this loud. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If Gaza doesn't get it, shut it down. If Gaza doesn't get it, shut it down. If Al-Aqsa doesn't get it, shut it down. 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 Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. I'm gonna keep doing it until everyone repeats it. Mic check. 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 Repeat after me. Repeat after me. We are going to go over. We are going to go over the community agreements again. The community agreements again. There are no drugs allowed on the camp. There are no drugs allowed on the camp. There are no alcohol allowed on the camp. There is no alcohol allowed on the camp. There's no drugs allowed on the camp. There's no drugs allowed on the camp. No alcohol allowed on the camp. No alcohol allowed on the camp. We have placed trash bags. We have placed trash bags along the gates. Along the gates. So please make sure. So please make sure you clean up after yourselves. You clean up after yourselves. Please put your names. Please put your names on the water bottles that you take. On the water bottles that you take. So we do not waste it. So we do not waste it. Last thing. Last thing. We have a lot of food. We have a lot of food. So if you're hungry, please take food. Please take food. If you're hungry,
Danny touched it.
All right, we're going to set up for our next teach-in. This next hour will be from our...
We're back. We are back. Sorry, if you could step back with me. Yeah, no, you're good. So welcome back. I was checking the Twitter feed and it said 12K. I don't know if that means there are 12K people watching right now or if it's 12K. You're good. Anyway, welcome back to everyone who's been following this. We're at the Columbia Encampment. The second Columbia Encampment, the first one was crushed yesterday and all the students were arrested. But we're here now with another student who's shown up at the second encampment. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Ruby. I go here. I'm on the women's soccer team. Go Lions. And it was actually, I guess, it was on my way back from a away game where it was on October 8th. And my Instagram feed was just like mobs with what was happening, Israel bombing Gaza, and just based on what I know about the way people regard the lives of black and brown people and people of the global south.
Let's move this way.
Indigenous people, there's just that feeling that it's going to be a massacre of a lot of innocent people. The politicians of this country are not going to blink an eye. The emphasis will always be to protect the monetary interests of the U.S. In the Middle East. And that just it's not going to be evil violence because it's against people that don't have light complexions. I think when there's genocide against black and brown people, it doesn't really go down as a tragedy. Leopold killed 20 million Africans in the Congo, and he's not on any list of any of the most evil people. So that was...
I think his name is around here somewhere.
Is it?
Probably.
So yeah, people that are indigenous to their lands rarely are recognized and defended for whatever reason. Later, thousands of lives later, and it's just an incredibly jarring feeling to be outside asking for a ceasefire on innocent people, a genocide on children, in a place so populated by children because the grown-ups have already passed on due to the relentless violence of Israel and their militarized state. And to see the huge Israeli flags, people asking to end Jew hate, as if that is in the conversation at all, to be the counter-protest to asking to end a mass massacre by protesting to end Jew hate is just wild to me. It's inconceivable. Let me know when Jew hate has started on this campus, because that has not been my experience in the least bit.
So it sounds like you've been familiar with the issue of Palestine before October 7th. When did you first start learning about Palestine? And when was that?
Yeah, so not too much. I came up in the New York City public school system. I think it was in high school I had a teacher who, told us, my background, I'm black and white, so I grew up in a very more like American-based African diaspora conversations. So I think it was in high school we started talking about how Israel was given the two-state and that sort of thing, and I had a teacher who was like, I don't think there can be much sympathy for their position now given the mass violence they've incited on the Palestinian people. And I think that was the first time an educator had ever said that. That was my junior year at a high school in the Bronx. And ever since, I grew up on Obama. I went to his inaugurations, big Democratic households, and I had no idea that he was responsible, dropped more drone bombs and whatnot on the Middle East than any president in history. I had no idea he was a terrorist. That was not part of what I was fed growing up as an Obama kid.
So how did you hear about the encampment? How did you get involved in all this?
Yeah, luckily I have the right friends. I know people with big hearts who have been involved from the jump with this movement on this campus and other campuses. Friends from high school involved at Pomona, Harvey Mudd, and so just talking, posting, Yeah, I mean, the encampment, I woke up and it was here. And yeah, it's just the efforts of the social media teams and all that has really flooded my feed and made it really easy to engage and be out here for the last 2 days.
Okay, the sound is okay. Let's. You want to just move? What's that? No, let's just finish this. So, can you talk a little bit about the fact that Manu Shafiq, she wrote this email saying that she's allowing the NYPD back on campus to essentially arrest your classmates. I mean, how did you feel about that?
Yeah, it was incredible to know that she was the one who incited the police and the NYPD to come. That was not on their own initiative. She pushed for that. So, yeah, a lot of my friends, I really appreciate the phrase, she's outpigged the pigs. I think that's hard to do, especially the NYPD. And, yeah, no words.
You know, people obviously spend a lot of money to go here. They save money. They work jobs in high school. Their families pull money together. How does it feel to know that, you know, this money that people work so hard to then spend on education goes to funding genocide and, you know, the mass murder of children, women, men?
Yeah, I think it's inescapable in this country. The money, tax money, everything, it'll always end up, you know, as part of the U.S. imperialism and the U.S. war machine. We are militarism, like we are proxy wars. We embody that sort of bloody capitalism. So, yeah, until those issues are solved, it'll be all the universities and all the interests of everyone who controls everything. And I think that's the nature of capitalism and how it's played out, especially in this country.
And, you know, are you planning on leaving anytime soon? Do you know anyone that's planning on leaving anytime soon, or are you planning to stay here for the long haul?
Yeah, well, I'm graduating, luckily, and I also do not pay tuition, which is a little tiny win, but no, I haven't heard of anyone who would give up on their life dreams just to go elsewhere, because eventually any money that you make, any taxes you pay on it, will all go to funding this genocide, attack, massacre on the Middle East.
And you know, graduation's coming up. Obviously, like around us, there are all these chairs, and the university's setting up all these bleachers and stuff. But do you think it'll, you know, obviously, the closer graduation comes, the university is going to feel more and more pressure to clear people out. Do you think that this could become like a really tense standoff if the students refuse to leave and, you know, they're trying to set up for graduation?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that graduation would be business as usual. I hoped it wouldn't. I'm still have been awaiting and still await the guidance from people that are way more talented organizers than myself on how, you know, I can do my part in disrupting conscious raising and taking a stand as we've been doing at graduation as well.
And I guess just to end, do you have any message for people at other universities who are watching this? I know for a fact people at other universities are watching this. They're really drawing inspiration from Columbia. What would you say to someone who's afraid to, you know, maybe do something like this, to take action to disrupt business as usual, like you said?
I'd say you have no idea how good it feels. I think yesterday waking up from the encampment yesterday was one of the first days I woke up without that tightness in my chest, that hopelessness. It's so beautiful to be part of this. You cannot escape the feelings of living through a genocide, so you might as well take those feelings and put them towards something that might actually make a difference, and let your community uplift you. Let the words that have been written about the situation uplift you, and yeah, you'll find that it'll guide you more than it'll scare you. So,
thank you so much. So we're just here at the Columbia University Encampment, and right now there's a teach-in, or I think there's a speech happening, so we'll turn to that soon. But for those who are just joining us, we've been covering this for the last 3 days, the encampment at Columbia University, and people have been protesting. They've been occupying the front lawn of the university for divestment, to get Columbia University to divest its funds from Israel. It has a $14 billion endowment, much of which is probably invested in war profiteers, weapons manufacturers, technology companies that are complicit in the occupation of Palestine. And one of the demands that was won last night was financial transparency. So the university has apparently agreed to reveal what's in its investment portfolio, which is pretty huge for those who have been involved in campus organizing. They know that these schools are very cagey about what they're invested in. Obviously, they are, probably going to be embarrassed by what students find, so they tend to never want to reveal these details. So apparently the Columbia students have won this concession, but they have yet to divest, and they've been showing willingness to arrest their own students and suspend them just for protesting, to call for divestment, to call for an end to the genocide. So I think we'll turn back to the rally here. So we're just going to switch the camera around.
We find the name of the landlord, who is David Cornicher and Mendel Katz. They continue that cycle on us and continue a cycle on stolen Palestinian land. Direct connections. Now, if you're still looking at the Golden Bridge Funding website, I want you to go to the tab that says transactions. You're going to see it's listed 2017 to 2020. They didn't update the website. But if you do that, for those of you who don't have your phones out, under each tab, you will see they highlight addresses. They're showing, they're boasting all of the properties that have been purchased with Israeli money. And we're talking working class, lower middle class, homes and apartments. Check and see if your address is listed, by the way. You see? So here is the connections. And so during my teaching called Radical Solidarities with CUNY, that got me fired from Cooper Union, I wonder aloud about what it would look like if this city did a BDS rent strike against these landlords in solidarity with ourselves, but also solidarity with Palestinians.
whose land is getting bulldozed, who in the West Bank, the IOF is using bulldozers to destroy streets, to rip up sewage lines, to destroy buildings and schools and hospitals. We see it. Thank you. So that was the first stop. That was enough to get me fired. But I'll say a little bit more and then I'll pass the mic because I'm sure you have other speakers. And I tend to be long-winded, so. The second stop, which wasn't too far away from 883 East 180th, and is actually kind of close to where I'm originally from in the Bronx. Surprise, I'm from the Bronx. Like where my mama lived, you know what I'm saying? Like not too far from there is the home of Khalif Browder. Y'all know who Khalif Browder is? Okay, so everybody say this with me. Khalif Browder presente. Again, Khalif Browder presente. That could be sexy. We'll try it another time. Okay. For those who are not familiar with Khalif Browder's story, Jay-Z did this like documentary about him when everybody was like, you know, getting in on the Black Lives Matter movement. It was educational nonetheless. What we know about Khalif Browder is that he was going home one day from a party. Cops pulled him over and accused him of stealing somebody's book bag. Khalif Browder goes to jail. Khalif Browder's mother don't have bail money for him. So he ends up in what's called pre-trial detention. We're making the connections to administrative detention in Palestine, correct? Y'all follow the thread? Khalif then spends 3 years in prison, 2 of those which are in solitary, where he is routinely beat by guards and tortured. When Khalif is eventually released, because to prosecute him, he goes home to his mama's house. Khalif could not recover from his trauma and unalived himself. We brought this to the attention of folks because we wanted to think together about Khalif Browder with Ahmad Elijah. Ahmad Elijah, who you might be familiar with, 9.5 years currently in prison, went in when he was 13.
Oh man. Okay, we're back. We are so back. Come a little closer to me. Okay, great. Sure, put your phone down. Do whatever. Yeah. So I don't know how many hours this has been of the live stream. I think it's hour 4 of the live stream.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but we're just gonna keep going and going. And now we're talking with
Maria Del Grosso.
And you were one of the students that was arrested on the first encampment, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So can you tell the viewers, how did this idea come about? How did the encampment start?
So I am not one of the organizers, but starting a few days before, people, I think, began trying to recruit people to sign up, making sure people knew the risks of the encampment, and really the goal was to bring attention to Palestine, bring the focus onto Palestine, and make sure the university is aware that they are being implicit, and make sure the university, we have bargaining power, and making sure we can use that to make change with what the university's policies are.
And so I guess what spurred you to be involved in the encampment? I mean, it's a pretty daring thing.
I mean, I've always been involved in Palestine activism my whole life. I think anyone who can see what is happening, should have an emotional response and should be doing whatever they can. And this was a small step that I'm able to take. So, of course, I am in a really privileged position. So, of course, I was going to do anything I could.
So, I guess you're not new to this issue. When did you start learning about Palestine? When did you first get involved in the movement?
The first pro-Palestine protest I went to, I was probably a baby. So my entire family has always been involved. I lived in Palestine as a child. So it's been a part of my life, like my entire life. It's been an issue that I've slowly understood more as I've grown up. But I've always been surrounded by Palestinian activists, pro-Palestine activists, pro-Palestine scholars, and so I've had the opportunity to learn a lot and know a lot about what's happening, and really just understand how important it is to pay attention and how important it is to understand that this is a genocide and this is absolutely, and I guess the United States is complicit. Many organizations, including Columbia University, are complicit, and we need to do everything we can to change that.
And can you talk a little bit about the level of complicity of Columbia University? I mean, what does that look like?
And so Columbia University is financially involved with organizations that directly support the war. They are directly, or they don't believe directly, but they are directly funding the weapons that are going and the bombs that are being dropped on Gaza. While we're learning, they are using our university and funding from us and our money to bomb Gaza. And along with that, they have vocally spoken out in support of Israel at different points, and they have not put anything in support of Palestine or their Palestinian students.
So I think, one of the things that's been so shocking about this is just the level of support that the students have gotten. I mean, why do you think, I guess Manu Shafiq thought that arresting people would make people go home, but instead the movement has grown. I mean, what have you sort of seen? How have things changed since the first encampment was ended?
I think people are willing to be more bold. People who weren't as aware have gained more awareness, more education around the subject, but also people are more willing to put more on the line after they've seen how the university is responding to peaceful protests in a violent manner. They don't feel comfortable supporting that in their university community.
Would you say that a lot of the people here, I mean, they're staying for the long haul, correct?
Yeah, I believe most people here are. I mean, the encampment grew throughout the entire time we were there. People kept joining, people kept signing up, even knowing the risks, and that's what's happening here as well. People keep coming. They're informed of the risks, and they're willing to put anything on the line to support the people of Gaza and do everything they can to end the genocide.
Have you you've been seeing that there are other schools now around the country that are staging similar style protests? What was your feeling when you saw that?
It's amazing. So many schools have done, so many students have done so much amazing activism and work, both before this, and people are taking inspiration from this, which is amazing. There's been an outpouring of support from universities around the country and university students around the country. I've gotten texts from my friends who are in leadership for pro-Palestine organizations from American University, Haverford, all over the country, and the entire Ivy League saying that they want to support what can they do and seeing the problems in their own institutions.
What do you think about the fact that Columbia University has broken with this 50-year precedent of not having the NYPD on campus? Manoush Shafiq, broke with that precedent, allowed them to arrest her own students. Do you think that's a sign of fear? Do you think they fear what's happening here? Right?
I think they are. Rather than listening to us, they've chosen to be afraid of their own students. They, I think, felt, rather than listen to us, rather than discuss with us, they felt they felt they had to respond violently. And I also think this is emblematic of how this university administration is in general handling this entire situation, and it shows that they do not care about their main priority is their funding. I also think noting that they brought, I want to note the statement the NYPD put out, pointing out that we were peaceful protesters, we were Columbia University students, and we were on our university's property. And even the NYPD has said that this was, has released statements saying that this arrest was at least a little confusing.
That strikes me as pretty amazing that the NYPD said that they felt that the students were doing nothing wrong. They were completely peaceful, and they said they didn't know why they were arresting the students, which, I feel like the NYPD so far has looked for every excuse to arrest people who are supporting Palestine. So, I mean, that was new to me.
Was amazing. I mean, the university had to send them the list of charges. They didn't know what to hold us on. So the university had to send them an email with what charges to hold us on.
So Columbia University told the NYPD, this is what you have to charge them with.
Yes.
That's insane. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, well, they're the reason, they're the, reason we were held. They're the reason we're charged all of it. So they were using it as their own personal security.
That is really becoming the craziest part of all this to me. I keep hearing this and I almost don't believe it. But that's almost extrajudicial. It's supposed to be in the system, the job of the police to determine what the charges are. But here you have the university. They're clearly so desperate. I guess my last question would be, actually I have a few more questions. One is, do you think that this struggle is going to escalate, that this fight is going to escalate? Because obviously graduation's coming up, and I see the bleachers being set up and the chairs being set up. The chairs, the graduation chairs are set up on the lawn that was occupied by the last encampment, and they aggressively put them up to the fence. For this lawn, which we're currently on, I mean, let's say this goes into next week or the week after. Do you think that could seriously be a point of tension? Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think students are going to give up until we have our demands met. Students are going to continue this, continue to push for change in our university and continue to bring awareness to Gaza. And the university has a choice right now if they can respond with violence or if they will respond by listening to their student body.
It's going to be a lot harder to get all of these students off the lawn.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I guess the last question would just be what would you say to other people who are maybe afraid, who are watching what you're doing, who feel inspired but are maybe afraid to take that next step? What would you say to them?
I would say, of course, know your own positionality, know your own safety, but remember that there is a genocide going on, and if you are able to do absolutely anything, you should be taking every step to end the genocide. As we are watching from afar, as if you've ever read one of those dystopic books and wondered what side you'd be on, this is a moment where you can choose what side you're on. And if you can watch what's happening in Palestine and not do anything, I think that's an extreme moral deficit.
Thank you so much. Yes. So that was another one of the students who was part of the encampment over on the other lawn that was shut down by the NYPD. And, just another voice saying that these students are not leaving. The encampment will go on until the demands are met, which is, of course, the full divestment from Israeli apartheid and Israeli genocide. And, she makes a really important point. I mean, it's really not a complicated issue. She said, remember, this is a genocide, and, at every historical moment, we have a choice. At the end of the day, no one else is going to come save us. No one else is going to come do the work for you. There's no waiting around. You're waiting on yourself. And ultimately, we have that choice every day when we wake up to either to stop the machine, to put ourselves in the way of the machine, or to, just let it go on and continue, destroying people's lives and exploiting all of us. So, it reminds me a lot of Aaron Bushnell's final message. But anyway, we're still here. We're continuing our live coverage of the Columbia University encampment. For those who are just joining us right now, it just looks like the encampment keeps growing. I think even since we got here this morning at around noon, the encampment has grown quite a bit, and there are more and more tarps and there are more and more blankets being laid out. There's plentiful food and whatnot. We're just gonna pan here to what's happening. Now there are people doing teach-outs, they're reading poetry. So, they're finding ways to keep busy, and they're going to have to do that because this encampment is going to go on for as long as it takes Columbia to divest from Israel. And, like our last guest told us, the students here are not leaving. So essentially the choices on the university, they are full capacity, and they have the full power to end this encampment right now by divesting their funds from a genocidal apartheid state. But that apparently is very difficult for Columbia University, and they're willing to arrest students. They're willing to suspend them from school. Of course, they pay good money to be here, and that's their hard-earned tuition money being used against them to bring cops on this campus. And again, one of the craziest things that we've heard through this is that the NYPD didn't even understand what they were doing, why they were arresting the students. They were actually told by Columbia University what to charge them with, which I guess at the end of the day, I think it was a trespassing charge. But it's just I've actually never heard of that in my life. That that an institution or a university, an institution of higher learning, would dictate to the police what they should charge. What kind of criminal charges or misdemeanor charges they should impose on, not just anyone, their own students. But anyway, we're going to be continuing our live coverage of the encampment here. I'm going to step behind the camera just because, I want you all to see the full scope of this encampment, because it's really impressive, and it's really unprecedented. I think I don't know if there was ever an encampment on this scale since 1968, at least on Columbia's campus. But as I mentioned, schools around the country are following suit, are following Columbia's footsteps, and at Yale there's a hunger strike happening. I keep saying this over and over on the stream, but I don't know what other schools are involved. I'm going to look that up when I get home. But, if you're in the comments section right now, maybe you can share with people, what other schools are participating. But it really just feels like all eyes are on Columbia right now. And, this is, there's no signs of stopping. There's that saying, I don't really know the full saying, but when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, that's kind of what it feels like, because the school is they are saying, oh, we're never gonna give up our endowment, we're never gonna cave into these protesters' demands, but the students are saying we're not going to be moved. And I really do feel like, if graduation comes around, there very well may be a very there might be a very contentious graduation here at Columbia University, because this lawn that you're looking at right now is where that graduation ceremony would take place. And This encampment is basically surrounded by graduation chairs right now. They've set them up very aggressively to say, hey, we need this space you're occupying. But I think that's the exact idea behind this occupation. So stick with us, share the stream, help show the truth about what's happening here. I don't think Columbia University really wants us here or wants much of the media here. I don't think they want this becoming, any more of a national story than it already is. So all the more reason to share the live stream right now, share it with your friends. And I'll also add, it takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of equipment to do this stuff, to stream. We also have we need coffee. We need sleeping bags and stuff to camp out to stay at the encampment. So if you want to support us in covering the encampment, please consider becoming a patron at patreon.org/breakthroughnews. Let me know if I got that right. Patreon.com/breakthroughnews. And you can become a patron, and you can support us for as little as $5 a month. So, you know, if you're willing to forego like a cup of coffee a month, it would really go a long way in helping us sustain this work. And yeah, you know, just keep the message, keep the message on the air. Yeah, keep the message on the air. So I think we're going to cut back to some of these speeches that are happening because, you know, I'm kind of just repeating myself at this point, aren't I? So we're gonna go back to the programming right now. The Encampment.
U.S. imperialists! U.S. imperialists! Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! U.S. imperialists! U.S. imperialists! Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! Louder, U.S. imperialists! U.S. imperialists! Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! U.S. imperialists! U.S. imperialists! Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! Guys, we're gonna do the chant that has like become the unofficial anthem of the Quad movement right now. Are you ready? Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Louder! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! Louder! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Disclose! Divest! We will not stop! We will not rest! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Were some of you here yesterday when we first took this lawn? Were you here? And you're still here! What did we first say when we took this lawn? We made a promise. We said this place was a communal space for collective education. What have we seen today? We've seen that the community has come out for Columbia students in support of the movement for divestment. Woo! We've seen so many of our community members from different circles of organizing come here and share their reflections on what this movement means and what we can do as part of the movement. Now I want to invite somebody who's been very central to labor organizing. Make some noise for Chris Smalls!
Hey, y'all might make some more noise than that. Y'all got me hopping fences, Columbia. Got me hopping fences and shit. You know what? Man. Well, I want to say thank you, students and community in New York City and the greater beyond and all the movements that showed up here. You got to give it up for yourselves because organizing is hard, right? Give it up for yourselves. For those who don't know me, my name is Chris Smalls. I'm the president of the Amazon Labor Union, the first union in American history for Amazon workers. We represent over 8,000 workers right here in Staten Island, New York City. And that's right. And I remember being out here a year ago for a labor protest, right? Who remember that? It just seems like Colombia just don't get the message, right? We got to remind them every time who really got the power, right? Because who really got that power? Who got the power? Who got the power? Who got the power? We got to remind them, these billionaires, we got to remind them every time that we will be here on the front lines and we're not going anywhere until there's a permanent ceasefire and the ending of the occupation of Israel. Just like we got to remind them, these billionaire corporations, that if they want to come to our communities and set up shop, labor has to meet them at the front lines. And the reason why I'm here today, because my fight is your fight and your fight is my fight. 1 out of every 4 Americans in the next few years, that means you guys here that's about to graduate, the ones that's going to graduate in the future, the near future. In the next few years, 1 out of every 4 Americans are going to work for Amazon. Let that sink in. I repeat, 1 out of every 4 Americans is going to work at Amazon. You're going to know somebody. You're going to be related to somebody. It may be yourself. Working for the richest man in the world, Jeff Bezos. Right. Damn shame. But understand this, that labor, we got to be on the front lines for every movement, especially what's going on in Gaza right now. Let me share my experience with y'all real quick. On October 7th, I was in Berlin, Germany, the largest Palestinian community outside of Palestine. 40,000 of them when this happened. And I was out there with some comrades of mine, and I couldn't even hear the conversation that we were having face to face because we were kettled in by the Nazi police every single day as I watched Palestinians get dragged away from their families, put into vans, arrested, children 8 years old, put in zip ties. They set up tables in the middle of the street, just like the Holocaust. I witnessed it. Shame. I witnessed it. I experienced it. Damn shame. And what else I did? I came back to America, and I went right on my social media, and I tweeted what I experienced that day and my thoughts about what's going on right now. And instantly, I lost 4,000 followers. Instantly. And then I had people in my DM, slide in my DM with all this bullshit talking about, I supported you with the Amazon campaign, but this ain't it. Literally. Right? Shame. Oh yeah, it gets better. I lost 4,000 on Twitter, another 2,000 on Instagram. And then I said, you know what? Well, damn, I ain't mention Hamas. I ain't mention Israel. I say I want peace and humanity for everybody. And lost 4,000 followers. Let me tell y'all something now. If you here because you in bandwagon solidarity mode, this ain't for you. And I repeat that. I'm no bandwagon. No. We don't want bandwagon support. We don't want bandwagon solidarity. When it's safe to say the word ceasefire. When it's safe to say the word genocide. Labor and labor leaders and politicians need to be here and need to speak up and need to be held accountable. Let me tell y'all right now, y'all know exactly who they are. Y'all know exactly who they are that wait for it to be safe for them to show their support. Call that shit out right now. And if they don't call it out, hold them accountable right now. Because we at a point of no return. We don't even know who the fuck is going to be our president, right? We got some good candidates, though. Shout out Claudia De La Cruz and Cornel West. Shout them out, yeah. We got to raise up our independent candidates because Joe Biden right now ain't it. Let me tell y'all. Oh, I met the man. Y'all seen it. I met the man. And let me tell you how that conversation went. I don't remember it. So, when I left the White House 2 years ago, I knew the people running this country ain't it. So when I tell y'all this right now, give y'all a couple more facts before I get out of here. I visited a country called Sweden. 90% union density. That's killing Elon right now. They're on strike right now against Tesla. Right? Shutting shit down. Clap it up for Sweden and 90% union density. Right? But here in America, union density is less than 6%. Union density in the public sector is less than 10%. Nobody is in the union. So when we're talking about billionaires and universities, they got to meet students and labor at the same damn time. There's no cavalry coming for us. I'm telling you right now, there's no cavalry coming for us, and there's none in the White House. Not your favorite progressives, none of them. I'm telling you right now. Don't wait, because they're not going to wake up right now and say, let's give the people what they want. Because we wouldn't be here right now if they did. So we got to do it for us, and we got to put people in office that's going to do it for us. And if not, we got to get them the hell out of here. There's a bunch of dinosaurs in politics right now. Look at them. Let's call it out. A bunch of dinosaurs. I go to Sweden again. Guess what? I'm meeting with politicians that are 25, 24, 23 years old. Yes, clap it up. You know why? I'm asking you guys here, run for office now. Don't wait till we dinosaurs like the rest of them. Don't wait. Run for office right now. We need more people that represent the communities that look like us and the communities that we come from, so that we can get the things that we want. And labor leaders, I shouldn't be the only one here. I know there's a big conference going on, Labor Notes. Shout out to Labor Notes. I didn't go this year, but guess what? That's fine with me. You know why? Because this is more important, honestly. I'm going to be honest with you. This war, this genocide on Gaza, this should be the #1 thing on everybody's topic right now. Because if it's happening to them, it can happen to us. And people don't understand that shit. But once again, we got to remind them, who got the power? Who got the power? Who got the power? Now look to your left and look to your right and say, I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. And if we don't get it, 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 one more time, we don't get it. Let me hear you, we don't get it. God damn, y'all make some noise. Make some noise with yourselves. Can I do one more with y'all? Can I do one more with y'all, please? I like to have fun, because once again, organizing is stressful. So can we have fun real quick? Repeat after me. Billionaires, they gotta go. Billionaires, they gotta go. Billionaires, they gotta go. Billionaires, they gotta go. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Billionaires, they gotta go. Billionaires, they gotta go. I love y'all. Come on. Free, 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 Palestine. Free, free, Palestine. Free, free, Palestine. Free, free, Palestine. Free, free, No amount of money in the world can amount to the power of people when we come together. Love y'all. Love and solidarity.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine is almost free! Palestine is almost free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine is almost free!
Hello? Is this thing on? We're good? Okay. Well, you know, I was saying we're going to be joined by Chris Smalls, but let me just go grab him. Hey, Chris. So here's Chris Smalls, who has just arrived at the Columbia University, the Gaza Encampment. Chris is the leader, the president of the Amazon Labor Union, the first Amazon union in the country. What brings you out here?
Definitely the support of the community. As a New Yorker by heart, it's only right that we show up whenever there's a rally call. And the students did something that was very powerful, and New York City Police Department responded in a very violent way. So we're here to be a line of defense and support for them.
And, you know, I think a lot of people might be asking, well, why is the president of the Amazon Labor Union at a Palestine demonstration? But obviously, you know, you see those issues as connected. You know, what brings you out to support Palestine?
Yeah, I mean, the ending of wars in general, you know, when we're talking about innocent people, civilians being killed, they're workers, you know, and a part of the working class is it's a duty for labor unions to be a defense for that, and we have to speak out even when it's uncomfortable. So for me, taking a stance is putting pressure on other labor unions to do the same thing. So I want to do that using my platform, and they can do what they please to do, but I feel like this is the right thing too.
And, you said when you see the NYPD or you see the police come and crack down on protesters, it's a duty to show out. I mean, you and the Amazon Labor Union have been attacked so much by the company, almost like their own police force. What's that?
And the police.
And the police. Yeah. Talk about why is it that the powers that be, the police, the corporations, they always just attack people when they try to get together.
Because they're afraid of what we can do, and they want to create fear. That's the biggest way to divide people, is by creating fear and doubt and arresting leaders and organizers. I was arrested in front of Amazon for giving out food. They do things like that, and the same tactics are being done here with Columbia. The real issue is police officers getting involved when they're supposed to be a part of labor unions as well, which is ironic. So we have to call all of these things out, and once again, we got to continue to show up because nobody else is going to do it.
The Amazon Labor Union is, it's a huge story, and it's one of the most important organizations, around right now, because Amazon's obviously one of the biggest companies in the country, and, it's basically, it's in a way, it's more powerful than some sovereign nations. They control the supply lines for so many people in this country and around the world. So can you tell us a little bit about what's going on at ALU and what the struggle at Amazon looks like right now?
Yeah. Well, the struggle is that we have a president that claims to be the most pro-union president, and in the last 4 years hasn't changed any federal laws to allow us to get a bargaining order, which we're still waiting for, even after defeating Amazon 2 years ago. So that's what's really going on. And until we get a bargaining order, all we can do is continue to organize within the resources and margins that we have, which is not much. And unfortunately, once again, until a president or this administration create a federal law that allows us to organize and hold companies accountable, it's going to be difficult for anybody in this country to not only form a union, but to actually get their rights to be really recognized.
And how can people that, are interested in the work of the ALU, how can they find your work, or, how can they come and support you guys?
Yeah, come support us on our website, AmazonLaborUnion.org. Follow us on social media at Amazon Labor Union on Instagram and on TikTok as well. And also show up to our demonstrations whenever we put out a call to action right here in New York. Just like we show up here today, we want to show up. We want people to show up for us when we need it. So get involved and reach out to us.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're just going to keep going here with our live coverage of the Columbia University encampment. And, it just, I think it's still getting bigger and bigger. People continue to show up, like Chris Smalls. We had Cornell West was here, I think, yesterday. But, the media presence here is much larger. They've actually created like a media corner, which they've taped into the grass with duct tape. So, luckily we're not relegated to the media corner, but it has grown quite a bit. And also the level of organization has grown quite a bit because some of the organizers who were arrested yesterday who weren't here are now back. So, that's another thing, that's another really, I think, important part of this story is that the level of organization of these students has really changed the game and has basically created the ability for people to be fed, to be housed. They've gotten tons of blankets, and there's still more blankets and tarps coming in. This is it's like a tiny city in Columbia University. It's like a city within a city within a city. It's a city on a campus within a city, within a state, within a country, within the planet Earth. But that is what's going on right now. They have a whole structure for security. They have trainings going on for different levels of vulnerability. They have a whole, the tier system, which some of you might be familiar with. They have reds who are basically able to get arrested. They're willing to risk full suspension from the university. They have yellows who are kind of in between. They might, they don't want to get arrested or they don't want to get suspended, but, if it happens, it happens. And then they have the greens who are they have other tasks that don't involve being arrested. So you know, they have the security lockdown, they have a food distribution system, they have everything. It's really quite amazing. I see a projector on the ground over there. Apparently there were some movie screenings that were going to happen last night. I don't know if they happened, but maybe they're planning for some tonight. And, you know, if you've been watching, there's also been the full programming. There have been the teach-ins about different topics. They have all kinds of speeches. You know, I think there was a dance troupe that showed up last night. So there's really a ton going on here. And, you know, we're just going to stick with the live coverage. I might turn away now, but we might go back to the crowd. But for the time being, you know, stick with us. There's a prayer happening right now, so there's no programming happening at the immediate moment. But yeah, this is really just an impressive showing from the Columbia University SJP. Let me just also, you know, if you've been enjoying this coverage or if you've been, you know, following what's happening through Breakthrough News, go ahead. If you've been following what's been happening through Breakthrough News and you've, you know, enjoyed our coverage, please, you know, just follow us or, you know, share this stream, share it with your friends, follow our page, like these videos, you know, leave a comment, because that all really helps spread the message. You know, obviously Columbia University don't want this story becoming any bigger than it already is, and they don't want media here, which is why they've shut their campus down, you know, which is why we had to, you know, find our way onto this campus. They don't want us here, so that's all the more reason why you should follow us. You should share this video and, you know, just get the message out there. But anyway, we're going to turn to the crowd now.
Hi everyone. Professor Norman Finkelstein joined us today to show support for this movement. to support everyone here against the oppression of Columbia University. Please come closer. Please come closer as Professor Norman Finkelstein gives his remarks to everyone here in support of the Columbia University Apartheid Divest movement on campus that has now inspired a big movement across U.S. universities. So let me introduce Professor Norman Finkelstein.
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for, I'm not sure if I can do better than that, okay?
Just a little louder. Thank you, sorry.
I don't think I can, that's the problem. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm here. I'm not much of a rally speaker. I'm not like my friend Cornel West. I'm more of a seminar speaker, so I don't want to give a pep rally or a pep speech. Basically, I would just like to make a few elementary comments and then hopefully hear from you. I suspect some, and maybe a majority of you, are familiar with my opinions, and if you would like to ask me about any of them, I think this is as good an occasion as any for us to have a substantive and productive dialogue. I don't have knowledge about the situation at Columbia other than what one would know from reading the newspapers, and I did watch President Stefanik's testimony at that tribunal, so I am familiar with what she had to say. Obviously, it was a disappointment. My own view was that it was an utterly impossible situation that she was placed. I'm not making any excuses for what she had to say, but I'm not sure how one could have navigated that situation. It was basically carrion below and vultures above, and it was, as I said, in my opinion, an impossible situation, even as I fully acknowledge what she had to say was wholly unacceptable, and one might also say it was cowardly, and one might say that she certainly did have a minimum obligation, a bare minimum obligation to defend the principle of academic freedom, and she did not do that. One commentary I read stated that the two words one never heard during that interrogation were academic freedom, and the fact that she chose not to go there was, in my view, wholly unacceptable. As to the movement itself, I don't want to claim any kind of expertise, and I have to always be careful of appearing to be condescending, patronizing, and being all wise in these matters. I would simply say, based on my experience, the most important things are organization, leadership, and having in one's mind clear objectives. And clear objectives means basically two things. One is slogans that are going to unite and not divide. In my youth, when I was roughly your age, or actually your age, I was what was called back in the day, I was a Maoist, a follower of Chairman Mao in China. And one of the slogans which he was famously associated with him was the slogan, unite the many to defeat the few. And that means at any juncture in a political struggle, you have to figure out how can you unite the many and isolate the few with a clear objective in mind. Obviously, you don't want to unite the many for with a goal or an objective which is not your objective. So you have to figure out, having your objective in mind, what is the slogan which will work the best to unite the many and defeat the few. I was gratified that the movement as a whole, shortly after October 7th, spontaneously, intuitively, they grasped the right, in my opinion, the right slogan. And the slogan was, ceasefire now. Now, some of you might think in retrospect, well, what was so brilliant about that slogan? Wasn't it obvious? But in fact, political slogans are never obvious. There are all sorts of routes and paths and byways that people can go down, which are very, in my opinion, destructive to the movement. And I found the fact that it wasn't a leadership decision, I don't think. It was a spontaneous, intuitive sense by the protesters. The right slogan at this moment is ceasefire now. I would also say, in my opinion, I'm trying to discuss brass tacks, not high theory. In my opinion, the slogans have to be as clear as possible, leaving no room for ambiguity and no room for misinterpretation, a misinterpretation that's exploited to discredit a movement. So if you take the history of struggle, there was the famous slogan going already back to the late 1800s, the 8-hour working day. It was a clear slogan. We want an 8-hour working day. And more recently, in your own living memory, for all the disappointments, in my opinion, of the Bernie Sanders candidacy, I do believe one of the geniuses of his candidacy, for all the disappointment, was because he had 40, 50 years of experience on the left end of the political spectrum for all. You might think, what's so smart about that slogan? It was a very good slogan. He knew that he could reach, using Chairman Mao's not concept, but Chairman Mao's political insight. He knew he could reach 80% of Americans with that slogan. That slogan was going to resonate with 80% of the American people. He knew abolish student debt, free college tuition. It was going to resonate with a large part of his potential constituency. He didn't go beyond what was possible at that particular moment. He didn't go beyond it, but I do think he reached what you might call the political limit. The limit at that point in his candidacy was roughly jobs for all, public works program, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, abolish student debt, and free college tuition. Those were the right slogans, and as I say, it may seem trivial, but it really is not. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of sensitivity to the constituency that you're trying to reach to figure out the right slogans. I, in my own view, and I'm going to stop at this point, my own view is some of the slogans of the current movement don't work because they leave, in my opinion, but you guys, the future belongs to you, not to me. And I am a strong believer in democracy with a small d. You have to decide for yourselves. But in my view, you've got to pick the slogans, A, which are not ambiguous, leaving no wiggle room for misinterpretation, and B, have the largest likelihood at any given political moment to reach the largest number of people. That's my, I don't want to call it advice, because I'm not here to give advice. That's my political experience. And at this point, I'm happy to hear from you and to get some clarity on what's going on at Columbia University right now, since, as I said, everything has been mediated by the media, except for the hearings, which I did watch from start to finish. Thank you.
Just for everyone to know, Professor Finkelstein will be at Columbia on Monday from 7 to 9. And at SIBA building, we will announce about that later. So you can attend there and ask more questions. But now I think Professor has some time to take a few questions from you, and then we will have another speaker.
Yes, I think the wise thing to do is to form a line here so you can use the microphone as well.
So I just wanted to ask, out of all our slogans, which one stands out to you the most, and which one do you think resonates with many?
Obviously, as I've already said, I believe the ceasefire now slogan is the most important. I would say on a college campus, that slogan should be twinned with the slogan of free speech, which resonates on a college campus. So I would, if I were in your situation, I would say free Gaza, free speech. That should be the slogan. Because I think on a college campus, people have a real problem defending the repression of speech. Now, I recognize that in recent years, because of the emergence of the identity politics cancel culture ambiance on college campuses, the whole issue of free speech and academic freedom has become severely, let's call it, clouded by that movement. I have opposed any restrictions on free speech, and I've opposed the identity politics cancel culture on the grounds of preserving free speech. And I'll just say, as not as a point of pride or egotism, or to say, I told you so, just as a factual matter. In the last book I wrote, I explicitly said in the book, you can find it for those of you who are interested, I explicitly said that if you use the standard of hurt feelings as a grounds to stifle or repress speech, then Israeli students will say that when Palestinians protest this, that, or the other, they're going to use the claim of hurt feelings, pained emotions, and that whole language and vocabulary, which is so easily turned against those who have been using it in the name of their own cause. That was a disaster waiting to happen. I wrote about it because I knew what would happen, though obviously I couldn't have predicted the scale after October 7th, but it was perfectly obvious what was going to happen. In my opinion, the most powerful weapon you have, the most powerful weapon is the weapon of truth and justice. And you should never create a situation where you can be silenced on the grounds of feelings and emotions. If you listen, which all of you did, if you listen to President Stefanik's remarks, it was all about hurt feelings, feeling afraid. That whole language has completely corrupted the notion of free speech and academic freedom. And you have now that experience, and hopefully going forward, that language and those concepts will be jettisoned from a movement that calls itself as belonging to, if I can use the expression, a leftist tradition. It's a complete catastrophe when that kind of language is infiltrated into what's, you can call it, I hate the expression, but leftist discourse. When that language is infiltrated, it's in my view, a catastrophe, as you're seeing now. Even this notion that I don't agree with the slogan. I'm going to be candid with you, and I don't make any claim to infallibility. I'm simply stating, based on my long experience in politics, I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. And that simple amendment, that little amendment, you drastically reduce the possibility of being manipulatively misunderstood. But when I was hearing that this slogan causes pain, anguish, fear, I have to ask myself a simple question. What does the slogan, "We support the IDF," what does that convey? The IDF right now, Israeli Defense Forces, it is a genocidal army. Why are you allowed to have public support for a genocide, at this moment, a genocidal state and a genocidal army. Okay, the language doesn't seem as provocative. We support the IDF. But the content is 10,000 times more offensive and outrageous to any, so to speak, civilized mind and civilized heart than the "from the river to the sea" slogan. And the only reason there is an argument about that slogan, even though, as I said, I disagree with it, but that's a separate matter, whether I agree or disagree with it. The only reason there is an argument about that slogan is because we have legitimized this notion that hurt feelings are grounds for stifling speech. And that, to me, is totally unacceptable. It's wholly alien to the culture of academic freedom, which some of you might say, oh, that's such a bourgeois notion, it's socially constructed, and all that other crap. I don't believe that at all. You read the most eloquent defenses of the principle of unhindered, untrammeled freedom of speech. You'll read the most eloquent defenses of it by people like Rosa Luxemburg, who was, by any reckoning, an extraordinary individual and an extraordinary revolutionary. But being both did not in any way mean she would accept any curbs on the principle of free speech. Free speech for two reasons. Number one, no radical movement can make any kind of progress unless it has clarity about its goals and clarity about what it might be doing that's wrong. You're always engaging in course corrections. Everybody makes mistakes. You constantly have to engage in course corrections. And unless you have free speech, you don't know what you're doing that's wrong. And number two, the truth is not an enemy. The truth is not an enemy, in my view. It's not an enemy to oppressed peoples, and it's certainly not an enemy to the people of Gaza. And so we should maximize our commitment to free speech so as to maximize the dissemination of what's true about what's happening in Gaza, and not allow any excuse for repressing that truth. That's how I see it. Yes, I think if you could just come up. Thank you.
Hi, Professor Finkelstein. So based on what you just said, so my professor, Joseph Massad, he always says that terms don't come out of nowhere and phrases and meanings evolve over time, right? From the river to the sea was being said when I was a freshman here during the BDS referendum, and it was not being penalized or criminalized, and it was understood for what it was. It was being understood as an expressive statement that holds emotion and that holds deep meaning for a community. And that is also valuable to a protest, no? Like the human aspect of it. I feel like if we're all focused all the time on trying to communicate the message correctly to the United States government, which quite frankly I'm not sure how clear you have to be with them for them to do something, we're inherently repressing the human and emotional part of the protest. So I don't know, like, why do you think Free Palestine is not the correct statement? What is the correct statement? If Free Palestine is quite simple, and people who are educated on the subject and who believe on the subject understand what it means. It means decolonize, it means liberate, it means don't place the blame on the people that didn't do anything. My question basically is, don't you think that conditioning speech in that way by not using those slogans, even though they hold meaning and they hold power for the community that is fighting for their own rights, don't you think it dehumanize the whole fight? And shouldn't that also be a part of student speech? That's it.
Well, I'm glad people challenge me. I think that's a useful thing. And I don't like to play to the choir. You're doing 10,000 things right, and it's deeply moving what you've achieved, what you've accomplished, and the fact that many of you are putting your futures on the line. That's very impressive. I remember during the anti-war movement, it was a different era, obviously, anti-war, the anti-Vietnam War movement. And I remember there were young people who wanted to go to medical school. And if you got arrested, you weren't going to medical school once you got that record. And I remember many people struggling with the choice between getting arrested for the cause, and the cause was not abstract. It was, by the end of the Vietnam War, the estimates are just Vietnamese, will leave aside Laotians and Cambodians, between 2 and 3 million Vietnamese were killed. It was an unfolding horror show every day. And people struggled with whether they would risk their entire futures. And many of you come from backgrounds where it was a real struggle to get to where you are today, Columbia University. So I deeply respect your courage, your conviction, and every opportunity when I speak, I acknowledge the incredible, really incredible conviction and tenacity of your generation, which in many ways is more impressive than my own, for the simple reason that in my generation, we can't deny the fact, I don't believe it's the total picture, but a significant aspect, I'm not going to say significant, an aspect of the anti-war movement was the fact that the draft weighed on a lot of people. You could get the student deferment for the 4 years that you're in college, but once the deferment passed, there was a good chance you were going over there and you were coming back in the body bag. So there was an element of selfishness, not in the bad sense selfishness, but an element of, let's say, self-concern. Whereas you young people, you're doing it for a tiny, stateless people halfway around the world. And that's deeply moving, deeply impressive, and deeply inspiring. And every time I join one of the demonstrations, I'm really, as I said, very moved by the energy, the tenacity of your generation. So, with that as a long introduction, so let's get down to the question. And the question to me comes back to my very initial remarks. I said, any movement has to ask itself, what is its goal? What is its objective? What are they trying to achieve? Now, as the young woman said, can she just raise her hand? Or can I have, do you mind, you don't want to give your name? It's okay if you don't. Okay, just the young woman, I don't want to get, cause you problems. Yes. As the young woman said, as the young woman said, a few years ago, that was a slogan of the movement, from the river to the sea. I remember in the 1970s, one of the slogans was, everybody should know we support the PLO, which was not an easy slogan to shout on Fifth Avenue in the 1970s. I do vividly recall looking at the rooftops and waiting for the sniper to dispatch me to eternity at an early age. However, there's a very big difference when you're essentially a political cult and you can shout any slogan that you like because it has no public repercussions or reverberations. You're essentially talking to yourself. You're setting up a table on campus, giving out literature for Palestine. You might get 5 people who are interested. There's a very big difference between that situation and the situation in which you are today, where you have a very large constituency that potentially and realistically you can reach. And so you have to adjust to the new political reality that there are large numbers of people, probably a majority, who are potentially receptive to your message. Number 2, I completely understand what you're saying, that sometimes a slogan is one that gives spirit to those who are involved in the movement. And then you have to figure out the right balance between the spirit that you want to inspire in your movement and the audience or the constituency out there that's not part of the movement that you want to reach. So if you're saying to me, I'm a killjoy by saying this, if we modify the slogan a little, it's not as much fun, I kind of get that. However, I do believe one has to exercise, not in a conservative sense, but in a radical sense. One has to exercise in a moment like this, if for no other reason than for the people of Gaza, one has to exercise maximum responsibility. Maximum responsibility to get out of one's navel, to crawl out of one's ego, and to always keep in mind the question, what are we trying to accomplish at this particular moment? That's my view.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river,
From the sea to the river,
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
From the river to the sea,
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Everyone, please stay seated. We have
So please, if you can stay seated and listen to their speeches as well. So the first person that we have up right now is an alum from 1968 who was part of the protest here in Columbia University. Woo!
Hi, everybody. I'm going to be very brief. And yes, I was here. Pardon me?
Be a little louder, sorry.
Okay. I'll do my best to be a little louder. So I was arrested at about where you all are sitting in April of 1968. I was a junior at Barnard, and I was arrested for criminally trespassing on this lawn. And, you know, I have to say that there were 1,000 of us who were arrested. We occupied a number of buildings on this campus for a week, and New York City police were called in to evict us, and many people were seriously injured in the, process of the eviction. I want to tell you a couple things about my perspective and the perspective that we all have. The problem we had with Columbia at the time was that we felt that they were participating actively in the machine that perpetuated the war in Vietnam, which we were protesting across the country. And one of our demands was to get the university to stop its Defense Department contracts. Another and very significant part of our demands had to do with Morningside Park. You all know Morningside Park. Columbia at the time planned to build a gymnasium for students in this New York City public park that abuts Harlem. We thought that was not a good thing to do, disrespectful, to put it politely, to the Harlem community. So those were our demands. They were simple, they were clear. We occupied the buildings, we said, until the police came, and we were arrested. And I was arrested for criminally trespassing in this institution that graduated me a year later. But I can tell you that, and I convey this message from the people I know from the time who participated, you won't forget this. You won't forget this. You'll live the rest of your lives understanding and feeling the importance of taking a stand for issues that are important to our society, and good luck.
All right. So we have to always ground ourselves in the fact that we are doing this for Gaza. We are doing this for Palestine. So we have to constantly remind ourselves of what's happening there. And the next speaker is Rohan. He's a nurse who actually went to Gaza to offer medical services to Palestinians in Gaza. So please give it up for Rohan.
I really love this, what's going on here. Really, it brings me a lot of joy. My name is Rohan Gill. I'm a registered nurse. I'm an alumni from CCNY, just 20 blocks north. So I'm a CUNY kid. It's like the Great Value Columbia over there. I was actually outside those gates. In February, I was arrested at a protest for Palestine. So yeah, I just came back from a medical mission in Gaza about 3 weeks ago. I stayed there for a month. A lot of people ask me, like, did I fear going to Gaza? And I won't lie, like, fear did creep into my heart. Like, I did feel fear. I was scared. I won't lie. But, you know, we all have a choice to make. Like, will we let this fear paralyze us? And I know, like, the students here can understand, because you guys are risking your education and your futures. So you guys know what fear is. I know you guys have felt it. But you guys have chosen to be brave, and it's inspiring. And when you know that what you're embarking on is greater than you as an individual, what you're standing up for is the truth, then you will find contentment in it. And I know the people here, they were scared, but when they got here, now that they're here, they have a calm in them. There's contentment in them. So from what I've seen firsthand in my trip to Gaza, it is a clear and obvious genocide. Most of the people I've treated were children with gunshot injuries, explosive injuries, shrapnel injuries, injuries from the roof falling onto their heads. Most of the children don't survive these kinds of trauma. They come into the hospital dead. And if they survive, their lives are changed forever. They're disabled. When a child gets hit with an airstrike, if they live, their bodies are broken, and they don't recover from that. On top of that, if they survive, they might be the only one that survived. Their whole family might be dead. So, like, you're sitting there treating a patient and you're happy, and then you learn that their whole family was killed. This is a happy moment. And our tax dollars and Colombia's investments are paying for this. And this is why we're here today. There are 2 million people in Gaza right now living in tents, living in UN shelters and schools. They have no access to food, to clean water, and basic hygiene. But still, they choose to live, and still they resist. I met a young man, 35 years old. He told me about a conversation he had with his wife a few months before. The conversation was about the question, should we stay on this land that's ours, or should we flee right now to Egypt, pay the bribe to the Egyptian government, and should we flee to Egypt? And him and his wife had a serious conversation about it. They have 3 young kids. Like, their lives are at stake. And his wife told him, she has memorized the Quran, and she's like a keeper of the Quran. She told him, listen, we're gonna live on this land, we're not gonna leave this land, and if we die on this land, our blood will soak the soil on this land. We're not leaving. The next day, this man went to run errands, and an Israeli airstrike hit their home. The wife was martyred, and all of his children were martyred. And he's told me that still, this is the happiest he's ever been. Because when they broke down those walls, it was the closest to liberation he's ever felt in his life. And this is who we're here for. So to the students of Columbia, we needed this encampment. And to the people in Google, they had about 20 or 30 employees that had a sit-in, and they all were fired. They sacrificed everything. This is the kind of stuff that we need. Because as like momentum is dying, you guys have sparked a new flame. And I don't mean this by empty words. Ever since I've come back to America, I've been down. I've been depressed, really. Really, I have. Like, we're not doing enough. And today, this is the happiest I've been since I've been back. Really, because of you guys. I always say, momentum is not given. Momentum is built. The tides don't just shift. It takes a powerful force to shift the tide. And today, you guys are that powerful force to shift the tide. And despite Columbia University and their administration and the NYPD trying to suppress you and brutalize you and arrest you, you guys are still here. I am proud of you. New York City is proud of you. America, the free people in America are proud of you. The world is proud of you. The people in Gaza see you. And the people in Gaza are proud of you. And to the people of Gaza, we love you, and we are standing with you. We will sacrifice our comfort We will sacrifice our time. We will sacrifice our jobs. We will sacrifice our education. We will sacrifice our futures. We will sacrifice everything because we stand here believing that our lives are not more worthy than their lives. And I say this unapologetically. From the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, free Palestine. And I mean all of it. Thank you.
From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine is almost free!
Palestine is almost free!
Colombia, you will see!
Colombia, you will see!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
Colombia, you will see!
Colombia, you will see!
We are all SJP!
We are all SJP!
We are all SJP!
We are all SJP!
All right, our next speaker is a national SJP organizer, who's here to give us a speech. Woo!
I'm not a current NSJP organizer, but I am proud to have organized one of the first NSJP conferences here on this campus. And I will say, y'all are killing it. Y'all are killing it. So my name is Ez. I'm not gonna do a huge speech because I don't know what to say except for my spirit is alive. I just came back from Palestine after living there for 3 years, about a month ago, 2 months ago. I was there when they started bombing Gaza. I was there for it all. I was sitting in my office in the West Bank in Ramallah. And I'll tell you something. It felt very isolating, right? And one thing that kept my spirit going and everyone that I talked to on the streets was the spirit of New York City. The organizing that you all have done for the last 195 days has been nothing but invigorating. And let's just keep raising the bar. Let's keep raising the ceiling. The more we escalate, the more that they'll understand when it comes to Palestinians and those who are with us for our struggle for liberation, they are no match. We're going home, and we're going home soon, all of us, and it's because of the dedication and the organizing spirit of campuses. Long live the student movement, and long live Palestine. And I hope that all campuses across the country will take example of this moment, because this is what we need. We're in a new era. Khalas. Freedom is on the horizon. We're going home.
Colombia, what do you say?
Colombia, what do you say?
Bills are on the way.
Bills are on the way.
Colombia, what do you say?
Colombia, what do you say?
Lawsuits are on the way.
Lawsuits are on the way.
Colombia, what do you say?
Colombia, what do you say?
Lawsuits are on the way.
Lawsuits are on the way.
Manu Shafiq, what do you say?
Shafiq, what do you say?
How many boots did you lick today?
How many boots did you lick today?
I know y'all could be louder. Manu Shafiq, what do you say?
Manu Shafiq, what do you say?
How many boots did you lick today?
How many boots did you lick today?
Manu Shafiq, what do you say?
Manu Shafiq, what do you say?
How many boots did you lick today?
How many boots did you lick today?
I'm gonna try a new chant in Arabic, so if you speak Arabic, try to say it as best as you can, okay? Ya Shafiq, Ya Shafiq,
يا شفيق يا شفيق
دم العربي مش رخيص.
دم العربي مش رخيص
يا شفيق، يا شفيق.
We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. We will not stop, we will not rest this cause. Divest. Mic check!
I love this energy right now. Okay, so next up, we have something really special for you guys. Part of being Palestinian is not just to resist, but it's to exist, right? And that means we exist in all forms, in joy as well. And I want to share someone very, very special. We have a wonderful, wonderful singer, Alia, and drummer here, Safi. They're going to sing some incredible music. The thing about Arabic music and Palestinian music is that it has an incredible history. We have our own history of scales, and the way this music, revolutionary music, has come about is absolutely incredible. And so Alia is going to explain some of the story. So please join me in welcoming Alia and Safi to the stage. All right. Let's give them another round of applause. Do you guys know what a zahruta is? Okay, let's just for fun. Ready? Let's as they're preparing, let's just hype them up a little bit. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, here you go. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. You guys all give me a lot of hope. And I'm gonna sing for two incredible artists. They're actually both Egyptian, but they sang a lot of Palestinian songs, and they made a lot of songs for the left in the Arab world. Thank you. The first person is Sheikh Imam. So Sheikh Imam was a sheikh and then decided to be an atheist, like a lot of us. And he sang for the people. He was imprisoned actually when he sang most of his songs with his poet, Ahmed Fuad Najm. And we're gonna sing, right now we're gonna sing a folk Palestinian song that he made a version of. The song is usually very soft and beautiful. I don't know if you know it. Who knows Yamma Moed El Hawa? Yeah, so Sheikh Imam has a really cool version and we're gonna sing it. Thank you.
يمام ويل الهوى يمام ويلي طعن الخناجر ولا حكم الخسيس ليا يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي طعن الخناجر ولا حكم الخسيس ليا يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي طعن الخناجر ولا حكم الخسيس ليا سألت شيخ الطريقة مرضيش يجاوب سؤالي ودار عني الحقيقة خلاني حاير بحالي سألت شيخ الطريقة مرضيش يجاوب سؤالي ودار عني الحقيقة خلاني حاير بحالي سألت شيخ الأطباء دوا الجراح اللي بيا سألت شيخ الأطباء دوا الجراح اللي بيا نظر لي نظرة محبة وقال دوايا بإيديا يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي طعن الخناجر ولا حكم الخسيس ليا يما ويل الهوى يما ويلي طعن الخناجر ولا حكم الخسيس ليا Thank you. The second song is by Said Darwish. He's a very famous Egyptian composer also that actually wrote most of the Arabic classics. This song is called the Shayalin. It's about the people who... Anyone help? Shayalin. Carriers? The people who carry very heavy stuff. They work in the ports. I don't know what the word is for in English, but it's a really nice song. Also Said Darwish died really young from a cocaine overdose. شد الحزام على وسطك غيره ما يفيدك لابد عن يوم برضو يعدلها سيدك شد الحزام على وسطك غيره ما يفيدك لابد عن يوم برضو يعدلها سيدك إن كان شيل الحمول على ظهرك يكيدك أهون عليك يا حر من مدت إيدك يلا بينا انت وياه ونستعين عشا بالله وهو اللي اسمه الله واللي ما جيش ان شاء الله ما جاش مادام بتلقى عيش وغموس يهمك ايه تفضل موحوس تحط راسك بين الروس لا تقولي لا خيار ولا تقوس هقول لك ايه واعمل لك ايه كله له اخر دي خبط
خبطة جامدة وجت على عينك يا تاجر هقول لك ايه واعمل لك ايه كله له اخر دي خبطة جامدة وجت على عينك يا تاجر يا وحسيتك دلوقتي لا وارد ولا صادر يحلها ألفين حلال ربك قادر قولي في عرض النبي يا حسين رايحين نلاقيها منين ومنين ولسه متجوزة اتنين يا دنيا غوري جاتك البين شوفوا البخيل يفضل منحوس لو علقوا على بابه فانوس فلوس دي ايه اسكت يا جاموس هي السعادة في غنى نفوس قرب شايلني شايل قرب شايلني شايل بكرة انا هيص زي الاول لا تقولي كتير وقليل عمر الشدة ما تطول هلا 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 هلا
So, we're still here. We're still alive. And the encampment is also still here, as you can see. We're trying to pull Norman Finkelstein aside for an interview, but you know he's a popular guy. He's very popular. In fact, the students here have not left him alone for a single second. I hope everyone's doing all right. I hope you're having a nice Friday. I'm gonna check the comments honestly because I haven't done that all day. But you know, if anyone has any questions for Professor Finkelstein, you know, I don't wanna ask him alone. I already told him. I used to watch his videos when I was a kid, like I was it was like 2012. I was like maybe 15 or 16, and I watched that clip of him at the University of Waterloo. You know, the crocodile tears one. Watched that like 500 times. I also used to watch him debate Alan Dershowitz, and you know, I didn't even really like know what they were talking about, but I just liked seeing Norman Finkelstein hand Alan Dershowitz's ass. So, you know, we're trying to pull him aside, but yeah. Does anyone have any questions for Norman Finkelstein? 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Looks like we're gonna have him in 2 minutes. So seriously, if you have questions, can you guys even hear me? The audio's on, yeah.
Yep, the audio's on. I just not checked earlier.
Or like, well, I switched mics. You can hear me? Okay. All right. Well.
What, is there comments saying there was?
No. No questions. Just here to listen. Okay. You guys seriously ask? Oh my God. You guys have no questions? Yeah. Yeah. Go Norman. Ask him what he thinks of Destiny after the debate, please. I don't actually know what that means. I don't know who Destiny is. Do you condemn Hamas? Ask him what you should do if there are no protests. Okay, all right, that's a pretty good question. Why don't they hunger strike for Hamas? I don't think they're hunger striking. They're not hunger striking, nor are they protesting for Hamas. They are occupying the lawn, and they're doing it to divest from the genocidal state of Israel. How does he feel about his advice not being understood? What is the significance of the student movement? How do we support? Oh, I like this question. How do we effectively dismantle or at least greatly weaken both AIPAC and the ADL? That's a great question. How can vigilantism, justice compare to... Okay. I definitely want to ask the question about the ADL and about AIPAC. That's a great question, whoever proposed that. Destiny is a guy he debated. It wasn't toxic or anything. I keep seeing his name everywhere, you know. Audio is low. Is my audio really low? Is that true? I'm gonna try to hold the mic real close, but people were like struggling with Professor Finkelstein to get him to hold the mic right to his mouth. So we'll see. Okay. I'm definitely gonna ask this question though about how to sort of counter the ADL and AIPAC. It's a bit low. Let me try. Let me see if I can turn this up while we're waiting. I really should check the comments more often, honestly. You guys are very helpful. Audio input level 99. Come on. Let me turn this to manual. Testing. Okay. Are you working this alone? No, I'm not. I'm here with another Breakthrough team member. Oh, better? Okay, wow, damn, okay. Much better, great. The comments are helping me fix the audio. Oh, hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Oh, we're on live stream, so it's yeah. But if you want to talk about anything later, like live, same volume, more noise pollution. What is APAC? You know, one thing I want to ask him is to actually pick up on the conversation he was sort of leading before this about the movement and about slogans, because I think it's an important question. Okay. Hi, Professor. So should we back up a bit? So we're back here at the Columbia Encampment. Now we're joined by Professor Norman Finkelstein, who I was telling earlier I've been watching since I was very young. Watching him debate Alan Dershowitz and call him out for plagiarism, and I don't think I even fully understood what you guys were talking about, but I knew I enjoyed watching you sort of just engage in these debates and crush him. But, the first thing I wanted to ask you was to just pick up on the conversation you were having with the students earlier about the role of free speech and the role of slogans. I really agree with you that it's not an inconsequential question. And I guess, one person asked what's our best slogan that we have, and you said ceasefire now. But I also want to ask if there's anything you think the movement could change, one immediate thing the movement could change right now, what do you think it would be?
I don't think the issue is one thing the movement could change. First of all, I'm a newcomer here to Columbia campus at this particular juncture. So it would be presumptuous to the point of embarrassing for me to give advice when I know barely anything that's happening here. It's not so much what they should change, is I think bearing in mind what you're trying to achieve, what you're trying to accomplish, and to formulate slogans and goals that are in conformity with what you're trying to achieve. And I think at this particular moment, the most important thing to try to achieve is taking advantage of a horror that has opened up the possibility of reaching large numbers of people who are cognizant of that horror and trying to get as many people as you can to support demands which can have an impact on making the lives of the people in Gaza better. And I think sometimes people get caught up in the moment and they forget what they're trying to achieve. It's not to spite everybody who doesn't agree with you, not to try to carry on as if you're morally superior and morally better than everyone, to try to restrain those feelings and keep in mind what is your goal. And I think the goal now is to unite the many to defeat the few.
And, I think one of the things that obviously students might fear or stands in their way is the sort of slander, the mischaracterization, and I think this is something you probably could speak to. I was wondering, how do you feel, what do you think is the best tactic to sort of defeat groups like the ADL or APAC or these groups that sort of mischaracterize what our message is?
I think the best tactic is to challenge them to public debate, to demand maximum freedom of speech in the name of the classical values of the pursuit of truth and the requirement that there be untrammeled speech to find the truth, and to constantly confront them, to debate you, to argue with you, and then try to convince through that sort of public exchange, try to convince that you have truth on your side and you have justice on their side, and they have lies on their side and they have grotesque injustice on their side. That, to me, is the best tactic.
And you know, I was an organizer. I was a student organizer once in an SJP chapter, and we had a policy that we wouldn't normalize. And this is something I'm sure you've heard. You don't normalize. You don't debate with Zionists. But this is obviously something you've done extensively. You've destroyed many Zionists publicly. What would you say is your reasoning behind, you know, sort of?
I think it's a misunderstanding. When you have a debate, you're not trying to convince your interlocutor. You're not trying to convince your opponent. You're not going to convince them. I know that. I've been on Piers Morgan's program 4 times. The last time I was on with Alum Dershowitz, I resolved I was just going to ignore him and use every moment I had to try to convey a history which was largely unknown. So if you watch that debate, I said at one point, I'm going to continue with my timeline, as boring as it might be. I started with 1949, I then went to 1949 to 52, then I went to 1956, and I wasn't going to be distracted or deterred by his presence. I was going to use this opportunity to educate. I wasn't legitimizing him. I was ignoring him and trying to enlighten, educate the audience. That's what I think I should have done. Now, I will fully concede I did not take the high ground with that thing called destiny, because there I thought there was an issue of legitimizing. I'm not going to legitimize complete and total ignorance, because that's a betrayal of everything I've stood for in my life. That somebody who read 4 entries in Wikipedia is going to have the presumption to debate me? No, that's not going to happen. That, in my opinion, is upholding standards which I don't want to say I cherish, but which I value. Now, some people would say I should have used that occasion to educate, and there's an argument there. I'm not going to deny it, but I'm very satisfied with the fact that I also used that moment to say, no, this is not serious, and we should acknowledge. And I would do the same thing, by the way, if it were Ben Shapiro, if it were Jordan Peterson, if it were Sam Harris, all of whom I consider equally contemptuous of the search for knowledge and the search for truth.
Last question, if you don't mind. You know, one thing, I mean, this is really more of a personal curiosity. I imagine you've studied the Israel lobby, you've studied and you've seen the way the pressure from the Israel lobby affects people. I'm sure some of these people, like Ben Shapiro, are true believers in the message, but there are other people that just seem to toe the Israel line, you know, for God knows what reason. What is it that makes someone so, you know, what is it that makes someone like Manu Shafiq cave so easily? How are they so powerful? What is it? Is it money? Is it threats? What is it?
In my opinion, I know it's going to sound simplistic. I think it's money. It's the alumni contributions. Why did Harvard cave and get rid of Claudine Gay? Because of plagiarism? Lawrence Tribe, who was a senior professor in constitutional law at Harvard Law School, had a much worse record on plagiarism than Claudine Gay. Same thing with Alan Dershowitz. Same thing with Charles Ogletree. The issue wasn't plagiarism. It was the alumni contributions. There is a group of Jewish billionaires who, for whatever reason, and I think the reasons are not so obvious, are determined to stop these protests. And I knew Stefanik, President Stefanik, would have lost her job because they need that money. When you walk around this campus and you see all the new buildings, those new buildings are alumni contributions. It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much, Professor. Really appreciate you. So that was Professor Norman Finkelstein, who I'm sure many of you know, and who, as I was saying, was a great fan of, and still am since I was young. So, everyone's out here. More and more people are coming down. We talked to Chris Smalls from the Amazon Labor Union earlier. I believe I saw Mohammed Al-Kurd wandering around. So, this encampment is just growing and growing, and there's more and more attention coming down here. I actually just saw a message from someone that Columbia University was trying to keep the press out, and they were instructing people, if you've been following, they were instructing people at the gates to block anyone who isn't a Columbia University student. They had to show their IDs, but I guess there was so much pressure from the Columbia Journalism School that they actually said, we're not going to stand by for this denial of press freedom, and the journalism school has been helping coordinate anyone who's been barred, any press who have been barred from entering to get in. So, if you're a journalist and you're in New York City and you want to come down here, I think the Columbia Journalism School is now allowing or helping people do that. But again, we are back at the Columbia University Gaza encampment, Palestine Solidarity encampment. And, those of you that are just joining us right now, I'm going to go through the timeline of events again because, as Norman Finkelstein said, I'm just going to go on with my timeline, as he said in his Piers Morgan debate. So, this all really started, it was a culmination of really years of protests for divestment, to get Columbia University to divest its endowment in Israeli, bonds, in weapons, manufacturing stocks, and any financial instrument that supports Palestine, and that supports Israel and oppresses Palestine. And this has been a years-long fight. The Columbia student government has passed several resolutions supporting, or at least calling on the university to divest its funds from Israel. None of those have been respected. So the students have been taking those resolutions to the Board of Trustees, which is the group of, rich donors that basically makes all the real decisions at the university. They would take the resolution there and, say we have a mandate. The student body doesn't want its tuition, that families have carefully saved over the years. They don't want that being spent to fund genocide. And that has not happened. Columbia has not divested, even over the course of the last 6 months during this genocide. That hasn't happened. And the encampment that we saw happen on the other lawn, which is not this lawn, but the lawn over on that side, there's an identical lawn, was basically declared in response to this complete lack of movement on the divestment issue. People were frustrated. They were tired of being, run around in circles, and they eventually decided to just occupy that lawn with tents. And that was cleared out in a matter of days. It was cleared out in 2 days. The president of Columbia University, Manoush Shafiq, she overturned 50 years of there's like a band. Okay, let's maybe head over to the band, but I'll keep walking and talking. There's like a. Oh wait, hold on. There was a guy here. Oh, let me grab this guy. Okay, all right. There's a guy who. Yeah. All right. Let me turn the audio down. Sorry, everyone. We're turning the audio down. I don't know if this is better, but I'm gonna go grab someone for interview. Give a second. No.
I'm sorry I interrupted your.
Oh no! I'm like I gotta get picture. Yeah. All right, so we're headed over to there's like a bend that's broken out.